made myself a bowl of pasta to eat for lunch while he was giving his address. And now it is cold as it has been sitting there for 20 minutes. So I really hope that, we see this start soon, so I will be able to eat my pasta in peace. Now, I did just get word over from C-SPAN that it has been moved to 12:30, which is here, 12:30 my time, 2:30 EST, which is here in 9 minutes. So in 9 minutes, we can expect Donald Trump's address to the nation to begin. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and throw up a little bit of a text overlay on the screen. Let's go ahead and Trump's speech from Oval Office. Here we go. From Oval Office. There we go. Okay. All right. Whoa. Sorry, I had to see what the title of their stream was. All right. Trump's speech from the Oval Office. I appreciate you for that motorcycle. Yeah, the comments over on AP's stream are going pretty crazy. Let's look at the comments real quick. Free America from AI Pack. Unconditional love. Yeah, there's somebody saying that this chat is nuts. 2:30 on C-SPAN. Weekend at Donnie's time. Free Palestine. 666. I think that we're going to go ahead and keep it on the stream up here. Now, anyways, once again, for everybody joining us in, I appreciate you for being here. If you happen to be one of the first 7,000 people hanging out with us, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out the stream with a handful of friends. Once again, we are live just to simply cover Donald Trump's speech from the Oval Office. It is expected to start here in 8 minutes, everybody. It is expected to start here in 8 minutes. Once again, I'd just like to point out, it's speculated that this probably won't be too big of a deal. It's speculated that, quite possibly, he's just going to be yapping about shit that, we don't really care about, right? Just some random federal government shit. However, the reason why I'm live today and why we see a handful of other creators covering this on YouTube, why AP's stream has 45,000 people and they're with them right now, is because over the last week, Donald Trump has been covering something up, okay? He hasn't been talking to the media. He hasn't sat down with the press, and that's very unlike him. Since the beginning of Donald Trump's term, he has tried to keep himself in the limelight. He has tried to keep himself front and center on the top of everybody's mind, and going over a week without being seen by the press, going over a week without talking to the media is very unlike him, okay? It's also been speculated that Melania was seen at Walter Reed 3 days ago, Walter Reed being a hospital in D.C. Now, I don't think that there's any independent verification for that claim. However, right, it has been speculated. And if you go on Google Maps, if you go on Apple Maps, apparently there's also some road closures at Walter Reed, which indicate some type of government involvement. Maybe Trump is there, maybe he's not. I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a reach. I wouldn't feel comfortable and confident in yielding those conclusions yet. So I'm not sure, just simply repeating the speculation we've seen on the internet. But here we are nonetheless to hopefully watch his address from the Oval Office live. For the 9,000 people joining us, thank you so much for being here. I know that this is a little bit different than what I typically do, but I do want to start getting into covering the news and whatnot, and this seemed like a good opportunity too. Let me know if you have any questions down below in the chat. I'll try to answer them as I see them come in. Once again, a handful of new people asking what time is it. We have another 5 minutes until his speech from the Oval Office begins. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. Now, once again, for the 10,000 people joining us, welcome into the stream. We have another 5 minutes until Donald Trump's speech from the Oval Office begins. It is scheduled for 2:30 EST per C-SPAN. Right now, it is 2:24. Now, once again, I would like to go over a handful of points. I know that we touched on these a handful of minutes ago, but there's definitely a few thousand new people hanging out with us. So it is very possible that Donald Trump's speech from the Oval Office that is about to start here in 5 minutes isn't going to be too important. I'm going to be honest, right? There is a big possibility he's just going to be yapping about some random shit. There's a big possibility he's going to be fine. It's going to be another day of the Trump administration belligerently tearing our country apart and him announcing some more bullshit that's going to fuck us over. But the reason why I'm live streaming this in the first place, the reason why there's so many other people covering this too, the reason that, over on AP's channel on YouTube right now, they have 45,000 people watching live, is because of Donald Trump's health in the last week and a half. So over the last week and a half, Donald Trump hasn't been seen by the media. Over the last week and a half, Donald Trump hasn't sat down and talked to reporters. We've heard speculatory reports of Melania being at a hospital in D.C. We have seen that Donald Trump is looking a little bit rough as well. In fact, while we're waiting on the stream here from the Oval Office to begin, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a picture of Trump from 2 days ago. Let's take a look at this together. Here he was leaving the White House to apparently go golfing in Virginia, and that is what he was looking like 2 days ago, man. And that's pretty rough. I mean, let's take a good look at that face here. We're gonna go ahead and just zoom it in a little bit more. There's our president, guys. And there's been a lot of online involvement to do with speculation about what's going on with him, if he's okay, how his health is doing. We got the diagnosis of the of the ankles. They've been bloated, they've been blown up with blood. He was diagnosed with a chronic vein disorder. And of course, we've seen the big old bruise on his hand that's been growing. Now, there's been a handful of medical health professionals that I've seen on the internet speculating what they think is the reason for this. There's been a lot of people saying he doesn't have too long left. Now, once again, I'm not a medical health professional, so I can't make that evaluation. But what I can say is that there are a lot of people tuned in this morning to see what Trump has to say for his first time in over a week to the camera. Broadcasting live from the Oval Office, which we can expect to begin here in around 3 minutes. Now, my thoughts... Now, tell me what your thoughts are down below in the comment section. If I had to place a bet on what we're going to see today, it's just going to be Trump doing his usual spiel, going over the same old, same old. There's going to be nothing new. And a lot of you guys may leave here with your expectations of what you think you might see not being met. But let me know what you think is going to happen down below in that comment section. I'm going to be honest, I'm not a sensationalist. I don't want to put a twist on the media to get your attention or to get more attention on the internet. I have seen a handful of creators being sensationalists and putting a twist on this and talking about how Donald Trump is dying. Donald Trump is already dead. He's been dead for a week. They're covering it up. There's a body clone, etc., etc. And they expect today's announcement to be how Trump is stepping down because of health concerns, just to get your attention. I don't think that's true. I don't think that any of that's going to happen. I think it's unlikely. I think what's more likely is just a same old Trump announcement going over bullshit that's going to hurt the country. But, I guess we'll see. We have 2 minutes before his speech is supposed to begin. Live from the Oval Office in Washington, D.C. And I don't know if you caught this, Evie. I appreciate you for that galaxy. But just around 45 seconds ago on screen, I did see somebody go in and out of the door of the White House right there. And it looks like we're seeing the back of the White House. I'm not too sure. I think that we're seeing the back of the White House right now. So that's pretty fun. Let's go and take a good look at what a handful of people are saying in the comment section once again for the 25,000 people joining us. Welcome in. Donald Trump is about to start his speech from the Oval Office here in literally 60 seconds. I'm not expecting much, if you want me to be honest. I don't think that we'll see some crazy spectacle. I don't think we're going to get some crazy announcement. I don't think that Donald Trump is going to tell us that he's stepping down. I don't think that Donald Trump is going to tell us that he's going through some crazy health concerns. I think he's just going to start yapping about some random shit. I think it's going to be nothing new. Cat Mom down below in that TikTok live stream comment section says, I'm not expecting much either. Yeah. And once again, for the 29,000 people joining us, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. We should see Donald Trump's speech begin literally any time, which means I'll get to eat my my spaghetti. If you're curious, we've been talking about this bowl of spaghetti here for the last 25 minutes or so. This speech was originally planned for 12 my time, 2 p.m. EST, but then it got pushed to 12:30 or 2:30 p.m. EST. So I've had to let my bowl of spaghetti go cold because I'm expecting to eat this while he's giving his speech. Oh, wow. Now, apparently, it has been pushed back once again to 2:45 p.m. EST. I'm going to go ahead and independently fact check that. Evie, I appreciate you for the love. Because it is now 2:30 p.m. EST, and he's nowhere to be seen. All right, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and start taking small bites out of that bowl of spaghetti. Because I'm not going to lie, guys, I'm really hungry. And, look at Trump's America preventing me from eating. Look at Trump's America. Oh, bruh. All right, everyone. Once again, for the 36,000 people hanging out with us in the stream, thank you for coming in. We are expecting a speech from Trump from the Oval Office, hopefully anytime now. Realistically, this was supposed to start 30 minutes ago, and it is apparently now being pushed back another 15 minutes. Once again, if we take a look at the pin message and the AP on the Associated Press's stream, which is where we're pulling this from, they say the announcement was scheduled for 31 minutes ago, but of course we haven't seen it yet. In fact, let's go to take a look at AP's chat. Everyone is spamming F. Yeah, a lot of people are spamming Fs in the chat because it is delayed once again, my friends. It is delayed once again, but that's okay because we're going to go ahead and wait here together to see what he has to say. Actually, here's what I'm going to go ahead and ask you guys to do. Drop some Fs in that chat because we are now delayed twice from the Trump administration. But also, let me know what you think we can expect to see here in hopefully the next 15 minutes. Tell me what you think we could expect to see. What is on your mind? Do you think we're going to get an announcement from the president that he's stepping down? Do you think this is just going to be another day in Trump's DC making crazy announcements about Lord knows what like he has for the last 225 days of his presidency? Do you think that this is going to be something interesting and world-shaking? Or do you think that this is just going to be another Trump press briefing that makes no goddamn sense because he's an belligerent old man that can't speak? I mean, let's see. Yeah, so Shay in the chat says he's dead. I don't think that's what the case is, but we've definitely seen a lot of people speculating that online. There's people moving. Yeah, we do see a handful of people out back here from the White House. We do see a handful of people. Caleb with the $3 on Venmo says, go live on YouTube, please. We're going to go ahead and save the YouTube live for when we do our debates later in the afternoon. All right. Let's see here. True evil never died. Jessica in the TikTok live stream comment section says he's gone. I don't think that he's gone. I don't think that he's dead. I do think that his health isn't doing too well. In fact, we could go over that again. So Donald Trump hasn't been seen by the media, by the cameras, hasn't sitting down with the press in the last week and a half. He canceled all of his events for this last weekend and didn't have any events on Labor Day, which was definitely interesting. And this all comes as we've seen growing concerns for the president's health because of bruises on his hands, apparent road closures at Walter Reed, which is a nearby hospital, speculation that Melania was seen at Walter Reed as well, and J.D. Vance saying that Trump is in good health, but if he were to die, he's ready to step up, alongside a couple other things. You guys, concerns with his health. Yes, I'm very, very concerned, guys, very concerned. All right. It looks like Reuters just went live to cover this as well. That means that we could probably expect to see him giving a speech here pretty soon. This should start hopefully in no time. All right. By the way, I think we'll probably be doing these streams a little bit more frequently. I mean, right now we have 36,000 people in here. What that tells me is that TikTok is neglected when there's big news coverage that needs to be done. You guys don't have any live creators that come on here to give you the news. I think I'm going to have to fill that role and come on here and do my streams, when Donald Trump's given an announcement or there's something big that's apparently happening. Everybody else like Keith Edwards, Adam Mockler, they do these lives, but they're over on YouTube. Nobody's here on TikTok, so looks like I'll have to start doing this more frequently. Looks like I'll have to start doing this a little bit more frequently. Jessica, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. Jessica with the 10 on Venmo says, do you think it has anything to do with Venezuela? So I think that is a very likely outcome. A very likely outcome is that Trump's speech today from the Oval is going to be announcing a type of quasi-war on Venezuela. Apparently, Caroline Leavitt confirmed that this has something to do with the DOD, so I think that's likely. But who knows? Who knows? I guess we'll have to see. I mean, so they did move Navy ship vessels towards Venezuela 3 to 4 days ago, and we could expect some type of shakeup before the midterm. So I think that's possible. Donald Trump also said that he would like to postpone an election in a time of war. Oh, geez, that's a scary thought. I don't know how likely that is. Keep in mind, I'm just purely speculating here. But maybe like 2 weeks ago, he said that he would postpone any and all elections in wartime. And like 3 days ago, he started moving Navy vessels towards Venezuela. And now he's doing an announcement from the Oval Office, which Caroline Leavitt said has something to do with our DOD. I don't know. That's purely speculatory. Nobody get flustered. Nobody get upset. Nobody start thinking too hard. That's just purely speculatory. I think that we're going to have Donald Trump's broadcast from the Oval Office start here shortly, and I'm going to be proven wrong. It's purely speculatory. But, honestly, I think the big question on my mind right now is, where is our president? Where is Trump? Okay, he hasn't talked to the press. He hasn't talked to the cameras in the last week and a half. He canceled all of his events for the weekend. He wasn't seen on Labor Day. The most recent picture we have of him is definitely looking rough. Look at our president. I mean, I've never seen Donald Trump like this ever before. And we are just now getting a handful of messages in from some people in my circle. My buddy Matt just said, my prediction, he's going to announce he's moving Space Force from Colorado to Alabama. Yeah, that's very possible. It's very possible. But, we're here broadcasting for whatever the outcome is. But yeah, guys, just know that my prediction is that he's going to announce something that's super underwhelming. It's gonna be something like super underwhelming. It's not gonna meet your expectations. It's gonna be something like what our buddy Matt just said of moving Space Force from Colorado to Alabama. But I guess we'll have to see. Folks, as I have been talking about a little bit throughout the stream, I made this bowl of spaghetti over 30, nearly 40 minutes ago, and I've been waiting to eat it when Donald Trump's broadcast begins. I'm going to go ahead and take a bite of this. Let's make sure that we have the audio on the stream. It looks like there's no audio pulling through. I'm going to take a bite of this. And hopefully we'll see that his broadcast from the Oval Office starts shortly. Yummy cold pasta. That's great. Okay. All right. For the 42,000 people hanging out with us, we will hopefully see Donald Trump's speech from the Oval begin here shortly. No, it's cold. It is cold. Unfortunate. I'll have to warm it up after we get done here. All right. Apparently his speech should be beginning in 5 minutes. Everyone. Angel with a $1 in Venmo says, please, for the love of God, put the pasta in the microwave. Yeah, I'll have to do that once we're done broadcasting Trump's speech. Oh boy. All right. Hey, for everybody joining us, let me know down below in that comment section what you think his speech is going to be about. Are you on the side of thinking that this speech is going to be a big announcement where he announces he's stepping down because of health concerns or he's fucking dead? Or do you think that this speech is going to be a little bit more mundane? It's not going to be anything like too heavy, and it's maybe an announcement that he's moving Space Force from Colorado to Alabama. I'm on the side of the mundane statement. I'm on the side that it's going to be something super underwhelming and just kind of serve as proof of life because he hasn't been seen in a week. So let me know where you stand down below in that comment section, and I will happily read off a handful of people. Okay. All right. Sienna, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. Alexis with the $2 saying throw the spaghetti and with some with a tortilla. It's good. I'll have to try that. Thank you. I'll have to try that. All right. Am I frozen? Or is that just on my phone? Okay, that was just on my phone. It better be big. It better be big. Okay. All right. So apparently we have another 5 minutes. Oh, that shit. There goes the anxiety pin. Apparently we have another 5 minutes until his address from the Oval begins. All right. Let's see. 4 minutes, guys. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Somebody in the chat said he's too selfish to step down. Yeah, that guy would serve until he dies, not gonna lie. I'm seeing a handful of people saying that it's now been pushed to 3. I don't know. I don't know how reliable that is. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Okay. All right. Oh, man. All right. We are now 40 minutes late. Dear Lord. Brianna, thank you for the $2 on Venmo asking if I had a good birthday. I had a great birthday. Good 21st birthday. However, I did go to a dinner for my birthday last night. They made my steak wrong twice, and then I left without eating anything. But I did pick up some really good Hawaiian fast food on the way home, and it was great. Okay. All right. For the 47,000 people hanging out with us in the stream here for the day, thank you for being here. We can expect Donald Trump's speech from the Oval Office to commence here very, very, very shortly. We don't know what to expect. There's a handful of things. So point number 1, as we've already said, he hasn't been seen by the media in about a week and a half now. I mean, people have been speculating that his health is not doing too well. There's even around a 24-hour period a couple days back where the totality of Twitter literally speculated that he is dead, okay? But I believe he's alive. I believe his health is dwindling, but he will not use this as an opportunity to step down or et cetera, et cetera. I think this is going to be a super mundane, boring announcement about him moving Space Force from Colorado to Alabama. But, you know, we don't really know what to expect. And we won't know what he's going to talk about until he gets in front of the camera. Once again, that is slated and expected to begin here in around 3 minutes. So here in 3 minutes, we can hopefully expect things to begin. For the 48.8 thousand people hanging out with us in here today, welcome in. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. I'm also going to go ahead and check out C-SPAN because apparently they have been updating the time of when he's supposed to start the broadcast here. And yeah, let me tell you now, my...
Well, big boxes.
Jesus
More
Christ.
food.
Sorry, can't show that ad on the stream. You know, I have YouTube Premium. I have no clue why I'm getting ads for Del Taco. Okay, all right. I pay $10 a month for YouTube Premium. What the hell are we doing? What the hell are we doing? Okay, all right. Anyways, all right. Let's see here. I'm gonna go ahead and check out C-SPAN's broadcasts. Let's see if they have any updates about when this is supposed to occur. Doesn't look like we are seeing anything yet from the Oval. Pre-recorded. Everybody asking down below in the chat. This is not pre-recorded. This is live. This is very live. Broadcasting live from Colorado on my end, DC, from AP's end up here, covering Donald Trump's announcement from the Oval. Mamie, appreciate you for the galaxy. That's very kind of you. 1 minute until they are apparently supposed to begin. 1 minute, quite frankly. Thank you for the confetti. Thank you for the I'm new here. I appreciate you guys for the love. Do you think his speech will be pre-recorded? I don't know. It's not like Trump to do pre-recorded speeches. I guess we'll see. I think that he's going to be covering the bruise. I think that he's going to be covering the ankles, and I don't really know what to expect. Maze, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, and Maggie with the 1. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Okay. By the way, right now we have more people hanging out with us in here than Fox News. Let's see. What about AP, who we're pulling the stream from? No, we don't have more people than AP. We're on 3,000 people behind AP. Unfortunate, but we do have more people in here than Fox News, which is great. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's great. Yes, let's pull all of the attention away from Fox News. Now I'm going to propagandize all of you guys into hating Trump. Woo, be a liberal. I'm just kidding. No, we're doing some unbiased, nonpartisan, factual, independent journalism here. God. See, this is why I'm not good at this job. I'm just kidding. Okay, all right. It is now 2:45 in DC, and we still have no sign of Trump. Oh my God. We have now been live for 30 minutes. So when I started this live stream, I expected to be late. When I started this live stream, I expected to be very, very late. I thought that I wasn't going to make it, but now we've been live for over 30 minutes, and Trump is nowhere to be seen. And my spaghetti is cold as fuck. I think I'm just going to have to give it up. I'm giving it up, guys. We're giving it up. We now have over 60,000 people hanging out with us in this stream here for the day. Very nice, very nice. What do you guys think this is going to be about? Let me know down below in that comment section. We'll go ahead and hit on a couple points. Point number one, the reason why there's 60,000 people hanging out with us on TikTok, the reason why there's 60,000 people in the AP stream on YouTube is because of Donald Trump's health concerns over the last week and a half. He hasn't been seen by the media. He hasn't sit down with the press. He canceled all of his weekend events, and he had no scheduled programming for Labor Day. He canceled a flight to New Jersey. Apparently, his wife was seen at a hospital in D.C. Apparently, there was road closures around that same hospital in D.C. The bruise on his hand is growing. I mean, we got a picture of him from Reuters yesterday. Look at him. Oh my God. He looks like he's about to croak. You know what I mean? So a lot of people are speculating that today's announcement from the Oval Office is going to be pivotal for the future of the Trump administration. However, I'll tell you what I'm speculating. I don't think any of that is true. I think that his health isn't doing too well, but you know, he's still kicking it. He's still alive. He's still governing the country. And I think that today's announcement is going to be like incredibly mundane and kind of boring. I think he might announce some stuff about moving Space Force from Colorado to Alabama. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Truly. Now, do give me a moment. I'm going to take another bite of my cold spaghetti. My cold spaghetti. Cold spaghetti is gross, so I might gag. I'm just kidding. I won't gag. The only thing that will make me gag is this. Look at him. Oh! It's time.
Well, thank you very much. It's a very important day and an important announcement with great friends of mine. I think I can say this group is every one of them. I rate a 10. I can't always say that, even if they're Republicans, and these are Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement, 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama, we love Alabama. I only won it by about 47 points. I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right? But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it, Huntsville in particular, so congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions because it can't be millions, it's billions and billions of dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job, and Secretary of the Air Force Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loved you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly, I can tell you she had to be. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach. And I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, is right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and a fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach. House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Doing great, Mike. Representatives Barry Moore, all great friends, Robert Adderholt, Gary Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my first term, I created a thing called Space Force, so important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia, and now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablished Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Spacecom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections. And we can't have that. When a state is for mail-in voting, that means they want dishonest elections, because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, Spacecom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that, and we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished Spacecom to ensure that priority was put in place. And you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama.
This guy's like 3 DUIs, by the way.
For other reasons, in the next administration under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else. Well, during that time, the DOD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments. And where did they say Spacecom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force, the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead, because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our warfighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for our country, not just for our state of Alabama. We need help in our military. We need to catch up. And as Secretary has said, we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that. Now, this move will save the taxpayers $480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million. We have the plans intact. It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today, and I've spoke with the President for the last 3 or 4 years about this. If I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country, I'd be for that. But the best place for Space Command is Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this, and we look forward to building a huge Space Command and having the Donald J. Trump Space Command Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Here.
JD, would you like to say something?
Sure. Well, Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive. And so it's in Alabama. But as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the president to set up Space Force, and I think an equally visionary move to make sure that Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, anybody want to say anything? Would you like to say?
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept. You think about it, Redstone Arsenal is critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that. It's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. All indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right people at the right place at the right time. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anybody?
Let me just say, Mr. President, I want to say thank you. And thank you for doing this because it was the right thing to do. When they looked at all the numbers, Huntsville was the place to go, and like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again for a grateful nation, and to the state of Alabama, we're very grateful. Thank you, and God bless.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to Huntsville is absolutely critical to our maintaining dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama was #1. And for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But Mr. President, thank you for making priorities the defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen, as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, I care very much about what's most important for our national security. And the president held a nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other states who did not place well. He said, we'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns. Alabama came in first in that second competition. His Secretary of the Air Force reviewed the results, said it was fair, and the president named Huntsville. It was the Biden administration that decided to make it political, even though his own Secretary of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this president standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it rightfully belongs, and that's Huntsville, Alabama.
Thank you very much. Good job. Appreciate it. So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now. You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago, and our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it if we didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing. And you'll see, and there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tuberville talked about the cost savings
Yeah.
associated with this announcement. Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder for it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So
It's kind of a snooze fest.
they really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
President Trump, something completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend.
Here we go.
How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see you for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I didn't see that. You know, I have heard, it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything.
So he just said that he hadn't seen this, but then now he's talking about how he did see this.
I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your competitors. I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew I went out to visit some people at the club that I own, pretty nearby on the Potomac River. And no, I've been very active actually over the weekend. I didn't hear that one. That's pretty serious stuff.
I'm glad it's
Well, it's fake news. You know, it's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility. I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know, it's Labor Day weekend. So I would say a lot of people know I was very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I didn't hear it to that extent. Go ahead, Peter.
something else. We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You've said that you're open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
Well, we have a big problem with school shooting, but we also have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really, I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the construction doors, you can build what they call safety doors, where they lock on the outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these lunatics happens to get through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military, that were distinguished in the military, that were in the National Guard, et cetera, and you let them carry, that's something that a lot of people like. I sort of liked it. It'd have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, but I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just, we've had a lot of instances. Other countries have also. They have different kinds of problems than we have, but we do have, there's something going on, and it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week? Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week?
Yeah, I don't want to, I have learned things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out.
Will there be any consequences if there isn't some type of announcement of a meeting with President Putin and President Zelensky?
Yeah,
and what could those consequences be?
We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week they lost 7,000, between the two countries, 7,313 soldiers, to be somewhat exact, for no reason whatsoever. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, but, they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very interesting because I watched Pritzker get up and say we don't need help, we're safe. But 2 weeks ago, they had 6 people murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets. Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, that was the.
What will it take to power innovation?
Sorry, folks. Give me a second. Quite frankly, skip back.
With bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the 2 worst and most naive. They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very untruthful. And he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people killed. There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of. They don't even come close to this. Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now. Parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires.
Is he saying that Chicago's literally the most dangerous place on earth?
Said, we had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to L.A. It's so badly run. But if we didn't get...
I'm sorry. I turned him down for like 3 seconds just to add that comment. I turned him back up, and now he's talking about water in L.A. What the fuck?
I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles. You wouldn't. I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad. Really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that will not be coming back anytime soon. And we're very proud of it. You know, to have our nation's capital lose every week. You know, it was like years, many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many, many, many consecutive weeks. This went on for years. And then we had, last week it was announced that nobody was killed last week. And I made that announcement in front of a very distinguished leader of a country. And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I say, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem, and we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful, and the police commission has been very helpful, and it's been a great team. And I would love to have Governor Pritzker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem, and we'd love you to send in the troops, because you know what? The people, they have to be protected. I saw today on one of your networks, not a friendly network, except really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network. And they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African American, they were black. And they were saying, please, please, please let the president send in. These were people from Chicago. Please, we need help. We need help. We can't walk outside. We're petrified. If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect this country. And that includes Baltimore. I saw where Governor Moore was asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world. But, you know, we took care. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And this wasn't just sending big, strong guys, and they are big and they are strong. You know, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with you are put down based on merit. You can hire based on merit. So merit for a soldier or for a policeman is strong, physically fit, having a certain ability, not a person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't strong enough to lift a gun out of the holster, et cetera, et cetera. No, I looked at the police. As you know, last week I went over, we had a meeting there had to be 300 people, and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington.
They got the job through woke. They got it through woke. They got the job.
Certainly going to be high. I would love to have him call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, sir, we need help. It's out of control. And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have, I would say, Governor Moore call, because I watched him over the weekend trying to explain that Baltimore, what they need is housing. No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore criminals. You know, we took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore. They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They were born to be criminals, and they're tough and mean, and they'll cut your throat, and they won't even think about it the next day. They won't even remember that they did it. And we're not going to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place, and you can walk, Katie, you can walk right down the street with, by the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was He was a football player for like 11 years in the NFL. He's a big person. But big doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right? But you can walk right down the street, even by yourself, and you're totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a great thing. Yes, ma'am, please.
Mr. President, as you're calling on Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime, do you see your efforts here in D.C., including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser here as a model for bringing more bipartisanship in matters not only with crime, but also issues that matter to everyday American people's lives?
So Mayor Bowser's been great. She could have taken the thing, oh, well, and then after I clean it up, they'll take credit for it. You know what they do is they take credit. Like, we cleaned up Los Angeles. We did a great job there. And it was overwhelming what was going on. And again, the police chief made a statement that we could not have done, there's no way they could handle it. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster. We stopped it cold. If we didn't do that, would have been a very sad day. And you know, remember, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all these things coming, and we have 250, all of these things coming. But I watched Newsom get up and say he's doing a great, he's not, we're the ones that did it, and that's okay, whatever it takes, but the main thing is but he got up and said, we did it. Well, he didn't want us there, and he's going to need us again because it's starting to form again. I see it. It's starting to form again. You know, we have to maintain. It's like maintenance on an airplane. You can buy it, but you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it, a good plane becomes very unsafe very quickly. So it's an honor to do it. It's a lot of presidents wouldn't do what I'm doing. I don't need this heat. But when I watched television last night and I'm watching the news and I see that 9 people were killed in Chicago and 54 were badly wounded with bullets, I say, that's not this country. We have to do something. And I do say this, I say this very much. I'm not speaking to anybody but them right now. I would love to receive calls from governors and mayors saying they need help. We'll help them. We have a lot of people. We have a great force. We have a great military force. You know, Pete will tell you that when I was running for office, and this was a big headline, I think, you know, probably got me a couple of votes, but you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Air Force, the Navy, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We never forget Coast Guard because they've done such a great job. Never. But nobody wanted to join any of them. We were way below what we wanted. Every single one. The closest was the Marines, whatever that is. You'll explain that to me. But the closest was the Marines. But every service was way down. Way down.
What is he saying?
And then I got...
I'm like, dude, what the hell is this guy saying, man?
Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're doing. Everybody. We have the best economy. We have a very, very important decision being made by the Supreme Court because our country is the richest, the strongest, the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday, as you know. I said that took great courage. But it's a liberal court, and it's going up to the Supreme Court, who I think have been incredible people. I think they've made very wise decisions. But the tariff question, because without the tariffs, this country is in serious, serious trouble. We've taken in almost $17 trillion of investment is coming in. Most of it is coming because of tariffs. And if for some reason somebody wanted to be politically correct, I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it because there's nothing so popular as what's happened to our country. Our country is doing so well. But we had a liberal court gave us a very shocking ruling, and that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country, putting us in a position like no country is anywhere in the world, that they'd like to see us that taken away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular, are from foreign countries. I might add.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI.
AI, fake news.
So,
actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video?
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there The last place I'd be doing it is that, because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's, in fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be, where was the window? Let me see.
Maybe from the renovations?
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street.
I'm going to try to pull up the video.
So right here.
I got you guys.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows they're all sealed. You can't open them.
What you were saying regarding the federal.
It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create things, you know, it works both ways.
Wait.
If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it, because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now. I said,
what the fuck?
Who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary, to be honest with you. But those windows are all very heavily sealed.
Wait.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Wait. Wait, whoa. 1 second, guys.
They ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against.
So this reporting,
it's a very liberal court.
This reporting is from Time, 4 hours ago. Their title is "White House says viral video of object being tossed out of window was a result of regular maintenance, and it is authentic." So now he's contradicting what other people in his administration said.
To thrive and survive, even. And I gave him credit. I said, you know what? That took a lot of courage for him to do it, because you don't see that often.
So my question is, I suspect you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have, yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think, tomorrow, because we need an early decision. I mean, look, the financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now, and we're able to, you know, other countries use tariffs on us for years, and we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID, and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision. And frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars. And by the way, all these countries signed agreements, as an example. They're all happy. Everybody's happy. But some whack job put in.
Hey, I'm going to be right back in like 45 seconds. I'm going to let this continue to play. I'm just going to use the restroom. And by the way, once this is over, we'll go into the debates.
They ruled 7-4, with one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor, because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling, because, you know, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that, because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, you know, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance, because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the ruling. So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
As a backstop to that, President, you have a Republican-controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes. I'd love to do that. Oh, if we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need, you know, a certain number in the House. I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them here. Would everybody agree with me on tariffs? Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money. And here's the thing. We signed a deal with Japan. They're paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe. And those countries are paying us $950 billion, and they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. One of my friends.
The reason why they're okay with it is because it isn't their money. It's our money.
If that ruling ever went against us, I guess we'd have to give back hundreds of billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening. On a legal basis, they have no legal basis whatsoever. But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America. Okay.
We talked about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was alleged.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her?
NATO is concerned about it, I do too, about this.
True, NATO is concerned about it. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. You know? Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
Mr. President, considering reducing the tariffs on India from 50%.
What does that mean?
Are you?
Listen, I stay up to date with like what's going on in the news like every day. I have no fucking clue what they're talking about.
Very well. But India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we therefore weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S., car companies, AI, but, more traditionally, car companies. We have so many car company factories under construction or being designed right now. And they're coming from China, they're coming from Mexico, I must tell you, and they're coming from Canada. A lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because...
I might be able to name 2 companies moving into America. Thousands? It's insane.
Protecting them. And number 3, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. When you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Mr. President,
Go ahead,
in light of the Minnesota shooting last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security. What's your vision for further protecting religious liberty across the country amid incidents of threats and violence?
Religious liberty is so important, and we're talking about every religion now. And we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done. And we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. It will get somebody else.
He just said that religious liberty is important for all religions. I want to go ahead and just show you guys something super duper quickly. This will take 3 seconds. This will literally take 3 seconds. In 2015, Donald Trump called for a total and complete shutdown of all Muslims moving into America. Interesting.
Corrupt elections. Well, your radical left governor decided that he was going to have all mail-in voting in Colorado. Once you have all mail-in voting, and for whatever reason, the Democrats cheat. And they cheat like, they're not stupid. That's the only thing. They're no good on policy. They're no good in management. They're no good at government. But they're great at cheating. And they stick together, too. I give them credit for sticking together. Please.
Obviously, this is a big win for national security, moving this to Alabama. We've all can agree with that.
Big.
Is there any idea of the economic impact this has on the state and on that local area?
Katie, do you want to answer?
If Democrats cheat, then how's he president?
This is going to be tremendous. I mean, the state of Alabama, what we've seen through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from the FBI to headquarters there for material command to a number of things. We obviously have NASA with Marshall Space Flight Center, and so this naturally fits within. When you look at the decision matrix that they placed in front of us, that's why we ranked so high, is because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number? 1,600 jobs.
3,000 spin-off.
With 3,000 spin-off. Look at this. This is teamwork right here. So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are ready to get to work.
And I've got a housing question, if you could, just for a second, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
please.
Owning a home and going about the American dream seems like it's out of touch for a lot of Americans. Just recently, you pushed out a statement about addressing an emergency housing situation.
That's right. We're thinking about doing that.
Yeah, can you just...
Well, we need a little help from the Fed. We have a man named Jerome Too Late Powell. You probably heard of him. He's too late. He's way too late. And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher, but we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late.
Cereal tastes better with a blue.
Whoa! Sorry, we have another ad. It's from Culver's. I love Culver's, but get off my screen. There we go.
Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in, or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person, but he was hoping, I guess, she'd win. I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think that if you look back many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest, even if they were doing badly. The United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big. And I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did. But we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiators. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade. And numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years, that's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us, if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should.
We're $38 trillion in debt because he signed a $5 trillion bill into law like 2 months ago.
Last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here, you know, for 150 years they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level using great architects and all. And, you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. And D.C. is like a different place. And, you know, even the contractor said, sir, we walked down today, we feel like in 50 years Much they wanted safer. a ballroom. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same by the time you build it. but we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. We'll do the whole tunnel instead of, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles that never look too good, but they could use it. They've been up for 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a 20-mile radius from the White House. We're going to have this place spick and span. It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. You'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know, but China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no. And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
One March today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a radical left judge.
Dude,
but very importantly,
this is his fourth time since his speech began, just saying that any court that has ruled against him is just radically left.
Say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you could leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right. It looks as if his speech is over. So let's go and break that down. There's a handful of things that I would like to go over because I was nearly an hour long. After, by the way, he was an hour late. So give me a moment here so we could get on the right setting. There we go. Let me go ahead and change a couple things here. Give me one moment, chat. There we go. We'll go ahead and keep that open because we're about to hop into the debates. But anyways, so we just watched Trump yap for like an hour and a half. And if you're curious why, we had 75,000 people in here on TikTok when we were just starting the stream, or, why everyone was tuned in from all over, it's because we hadn't seen Trump for like a week and a half. People were speculating that his health was bad. People were speculating that he wasn't doing too well. And they were expecting some type of announcement today of him like stepping down, talking about his health, etc. But of course, that's not what we got. And that's kind of what I expected. So like the first 30 minutes of his speech there was hyper centered around, I don't know, moving like the Space Force from Colorado to Alabama. I'm not going to care. I'm not going to lie. I don't care too much about that. It's an announcement, whatever. I mean, I think that for the most part, this was more so just kind of proof of life. It was a little bit of a nothing burger, but in the middle, he went on to talk a little bit about how he knows nothing about how people on the internet have been speculating about his health. But then he goes on to say that all of these major media outlets were speculating about his health and how they're just all wrong and that's why they're fake news. So he contradicted himself there. And let's see here. What's one of my other takeaways? If you're on YouTube, you didn't catch this part, but there was a moment when he was saying that people are born to be criminals. Okay. So there is a subset of Trump's rhetoric that aligns perfectly from things that we have seen from some of the most ruthless, dictators in human history, people the likes of Hitler, right? And now this is just a subset of the things that he said, but he's made statements like people are born to be criminals. He said that undocumented immigrants are the poison of the blood of our country, stuff like that. I think that is just like absolutely despicable and terrible rhetoric. No, people are not born to be criminals. That is just a rhetorical prop up for, coming down hard on people before they commit a crime, just more bigotry. And then towards the end there, I don't know, what did we hear about? He called a random video of like a window at the White House open and a bag being thrown out AI. Well, I mean, he had White House staff confirm that it was authentic and was normal of maintenance on the White House like 3 hours ago. But overall, I mean, I think that was a little bit of a nothing burger. What were y'all's takeaways? How are you guys feeling after that? I mean, I think that a lot of people are tuned in because they were expecting some announcement to do with his health. I mean, I don't really think that was too important. I mean, I don't think that was too important. But Anyways, for everyone hanging out with us in here for the day, if this is your first time ever seeing me on TikTok, because we have 32,000 people in here right now, my name is Dean, and we debate Trump supporters. But every so often, we'll sit down like this, go over the news. But of course, now that Donald Trump's statements are over, his speech from the Oval Office is over, now we are going to go ahead and hop into the debate. So if you are watching right now and you support Trump over on TikTok, hop in that queue. We'll get you pulled up here. I want to have a conversation with you about why you are MAGA, why you still support Donald J. Trump. I just don't even get it. It is completely outrageous. But we are going to go ahead and do that right now, folks. So hop in that queue of your MAGA and we will get you pulled up. Alrighty, right. Let's get that first guest connected right now. Hop in that queue of your MAGA. Just make sure that you're following the rules. You got to be an American adult that is at least 18 years old that supports Trump. We'll get you pulled up here and we'll have a conversation. We're going to go ahead and hop into those conversations right now. We got Dirty Birdie 56 connecting.
Oh, I didn't think I'd actually get connected. Uh-oh.
What's up? Do you support Trump?
I mean, yeah, I guess I do.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 20.
You're 20? All right. Take it away. Why do you support Trump as president, my friend?
Well, I just feel like as he's the president, we're supposed to really, support whoever's president, right? I mean, we can't really not support a president that's our own American president, right?
All right. Hey, for everybody on TikTok, can you guys hear this, guys? On my screen, it's showing that he's still loading in. It looks like you guys can hear him. So no. That is a very bad way of thinking. It is very harmful to suggest that we should just blindly follow and support whoever is serving our country as the president for a handful of reasons. The main reason is that a hidden check and balance of the American democracy is the social support for or against the things that the president are doing. And when an individual's in a position of power, and he left. Okay. All right, so that's typically how conversation with Trump supporters go. He hit the road and he's gone. But anyways, guys, I'll finish out that thought. Blind obedience is bad, okay? Especially with individuals that are in positions of power. You do not give them your blind support. Your support is gained because they're doing good things. And they should definitely lose your support when they're infringing upon the Constitution, illegally deporting people, illegally deploying the National Guard, illegally implementing tariffs, and then whenever they have a court try to check them on that, all of a sudden they're radically left. In fact, I actually would love to challenge you guys to do something for me. If you could point me towards a single court that has made a ruling against Trump that Donald Trump has accepted and not called a radically left, incorrect, fake judge or whatever, I'll give you $50. How about that? But we're going to go to get that next guest, Mike USA, connected into the stream. Here we go, guys. As well as Nathan, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. And Janice with a 20. Show some love to Janice and Nathan down below. I appreciate that from y'all. What's going on, Mike? Do you support Trump?
Hell no.
Hell no, base, bro, but we're only looking to talk to MAGA. So hop in that queue if and only if you support Donald J. Trump as president, and we'll get you loaded up and connected to the stream. Let's go to get that next guest up in here right now. Folks, we're going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded in right now. We got Phoenix connecting into the stream. Here we go. All right. Actually, this guest's name is Spives. By the way, if you're hanging out with us in here on TikTok, y'all, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. That'd be very nice. Doesn't look like they're loading in, so we're going to move on to this next guest, Kyle. And for everybody tuning in here, I appreciate you for being here. Quite a pleasure. Hey, also, Natalie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying, sir, you missed my Venmo earlier. Oh, I do apologize, Natalie. I'll take a look back at that. Sorry, I was just, I was watching Trump's speech. I wasn't looking at the donations too closely, but I appreciate you. As well as Libby, thank you for the $25 on Venmo, saying, happy belated birthday. Thank you for the love, Libby. Show some love to Libby down below. That is very kind of you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Real quick, Epstein victims are about to speak live on Reuters. I just wanted to give you the heads up.
All right, I appreciate you so much for letting me know.
No worries.
I'll have to take a look at that later after it occurs. Okay. All right, everybody hanging out with us in here on TikTok. We have a little bit of a glitch, okay? So the glitch is that on my end, when we're connecting a guest to the stream, it's showing that they're not actually loading in. which will eventually like time them out. And I think that we got to fix that real quick. The way that I'm going to fix that is just by force restarting my TikTok stream. So it's not going to end. It's just going to say that I'm paused, and it's only going to tell you that I'm paused for like 30 seconds. So don't leave. I just have to do this to try to fix this glitch. I'll be right back, everybody. Don't leave. It'll say I'm paused, and I'll be back in 30 seconds. Guys, that we had to do that every them out, but we're going to go and hop back into the debates right now. Hop in that queue if you're MAGA. We'll happily get you loaded up here. We're going to try to get that next guest, Dirty Birdie, connected. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Oh, it's am I loaded now this time?
Yeah. Did it time you out? Did it just
I got kicked. I didn't get leave.
Yeah. That was an issue. We just fixed it. But anyways, okay. So you told us that you support Trump because you just think that you should support like any president that we ever have serve our country.
I mean, I guess it's not to that extent. It's more like this was my first time ever voting, and I guess I just voted for him because, I mean, I vote red and blue sometimes, or at least I would like that.
So do you think that Donald Trump is doing a good job as our president?
I mean, I think that a lot of the stuff that he does is over. Like, people say stuff that's not true about him because they'll deal with any president.
But that's not the question that I asked you. Do you think that Donald Trump is doing a good job as president?
I think he's doing okay.
Okay, so can you name a handful of things that Trump has done that you're a fan of?
I think, well, one of the main ones being like he's getting a lot of the crime out of the country, a lot of the, bad people who's doing the drugs and the trafficking and stuff out of, Mexico.
Okay, so he's getting a bunch of bad people out of the country. You're talking about his mass deportation?
Yeah, but he's doing the illegal ones. I don't think he's ever gotten people who are...
So point number one, 80% of the DRUGS that are brought into this country are brought in by citizens, okay? Point number two, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes and 3 to 3.5 times less likely to commit all other crimes. And point number three, if you really wanted to get criminals out of the country, then how come you support a criminal running the country?
I don't think that we would be able to get someone voted for that's a criminal. They do background checks.
Well, the American people are supposed to be the ones doing the background checks, and you obviously failed at that because seemingly you are not aware that Donald Trump is a convicted 34-count felon.
Well, I mean, has he been convicted yet, though?
Yes.
Well, shoot. I mean, like I said, I'm new to this, I don't really vote. I just like him because I voted for him, I guess, mainly because he was like, he's like up with the trends. He's all, he's funny and stuff like that. But obviously how he's running things, though, is a little bit not that good, but it'll change, He's still got some years left.
Okay.
Just gotta have confidence.
All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Please don't vote until you do your research. We're going to go to get that next guest connected right now. If you are in that queue, make sure that it means that you are MAGA, that you support Trump. And yeah, we were just looking to talk to Trump supporters. So we're going to move on to the next guest right now. Everybody go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to come up as well. That would be absolutely fantastic, everyone. Just had to open up a pickle jar for my girlfriend. There you go. Love you, honey. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Hop in that queue of your MAGA. We'll get you loaded in here. Let's go and get that next guest, Charles, connected into the stream. Hey, what's up, Charles? Do you support Trump?
Oh, yes.
All right, Charles. Why do you happen to support the worst president of your life?
Oh, really? The worst president of my life? Oh, okay. Let's take a better look at that. I think you need to grow up a little bit, learn a little bit of history.
Okay.
Let's go back to what you first said. No, he is not. He is not, absolutely not a convicted felon. You cannot listen to me now before you interrupt me. You cannot take, it's even incredible to even try to define it. You cannot take certain nitpick things that actually didn't happen where there was no crimes committed, especially like, oh, well, they're telling the banks, oh, he defrauded you, and the bank is literally looking at you saying, no, he didn't. We want to do more business with him. That whole scam.
I'm sorry. I've been doing something. So you're telling us that Donald Trump isn't a convicted 34-count felon?
No, he is not.
Okay, would you go ahead and read this for us? One
First
second.
of all, everything that was put on there was statute of limitations would have been gone.
1 second. Can I just have you read this for us real quick?
No, you cannot.
Wait, you won't read?
Okay, listen to me, kid. Listen to me, kid.
Well,
Listen to me,
I
kid.
just want you to let me. I'm getting it smaller. All that I'm asking, can you read this for
Interrupt me
us?
or I'll be gone.
Okay, can you read that?
Okay, do not interrupt me. Oh, wow, CNN. Ooh.
It's actually not CNN. That's AP.
It's owned by two freaking networks in the whole freaking United States.
So do you think
I trust
they're wrong?
nothing that comes out of mainstream media. It's all owned by Democrats, all of it. You can, if you don't believe me, I tell you what, you go back and check corporate and see who owns what and what and what.
Okay.
It all owned by Democrats, every freaking bit of it, and it's all political.
Do you mind if I butt in here real quick?
No, piss off.
Okay, Charles, can I speak?
No, you cannot. I'm not done.
Okay, what else do you have to say, my friend?
All right. This whole immigrant thing, you say illegal, you say undocumented. No, not undocumented, illegal.
Do you
they
mind?
came across
Do you mind
the
if you
border.
quickly
No,
mute that
listen
TV?
to me. Listen to me.
I'm just asking you to mute the TV
You
in the
do
background.
this, you cross a border illegally in any other country, they'll freaking shoot you. They'll kill you and leave your body to rot wherever it was at. Try that crap overseas somewhere and see what happens. No, they are illegal aliens. They came across the border illegally. Now you want to go on about due process?
My friend,
okay.
would you
they
look-
didn't come across the border with due process.
Dude.
They don't get kicked back across with due process.
Dude, can you please-
No, they are not due process. Due process is for U.S. citizens. You totally disrespect any immigrant that has ever came across there and did it legally by supporting them. And that's it. Give it a rest, kid. Give
Okay.
it a rest.
All right, Charles, can I speak now?
No, bye.
Wait, you're going to run away? All right, so Charles, I'm going to go and tell you every single point that you're wrong on. So the last point that you made was indefinitely wrong. You said that due process was only for U.S. citizens. If you read the 4th section of the 14th Amendment of the American Constitution, it specifically says all people, not all citizens. Not to mention that if you think that constitutional rights only apply to citizens, well, this means that you'd be pro-choice in all 50 states for all 9 months of pregnancies because citizenship would start at the moment of birth. That's when you're given your SSN. Prior to then, you'd argue that because the fetus is not a citizen, they don't have any constitutional rights, which means they have no legal right to life. Okay? The second point that you were wrong on is when you suggested that Donald Trump is not a convicted 34-count felon. You could go to New York government's state website, and you could read that he was convicted of 34 counts of falsification of business records with an intent to commit a second crime in New York State in 2023. So, my friend, you were literally wrong about everything that you said, and he ran away. All right. Well, Charles is gone. I was being so patient with him. You know, he wanted to come up, spew shit, then dip, but I had to correct him first. And of course, like a beta, he ran away. Hyped, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Hype. Thank you so much. Show some love to Hype down below in that chat while we're trying to get that next Trump supporter loaded in. I'd also like to quickly thank Ryan for the $5 on Venmo, saying I love what you're doing. Thank you, Ryan. And then Attila with the $20. Thank you so much for the love. Asking how much of our current national debt was added by Trump. I think it's close to 25%. But let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded in here, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump that'd like to come up here and have a chat. What's up, Jay Noble? Are you MAGA?
I sure am, brother.
All right, man. Before I give you the mic, I want to thank a couple people. Andrew, thank you for the $21 over on Venmo, saying, hey, Dean, happy belated birthday. Hope you had a great time. I did have a nice birthday yesterday. Thank you, Andrew. Show some love to Andrew down below, as well as Caitlin with the $10, saying that this guy sounds like he has a stick up his you-know-where. Kinda. As well as Caitlin with a 1, Torn with a 5, and Natalie, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. That was from a while ago, but I still thought I'd thank you. Show some love to Natalie down below, as well as Scarlett with a 5, and Arctic Gaming with a 7 over on Super Chat. Thank you guys so much. Jay Noble, take it away. Why the hell do you support Trump as president?
Yeah, man, before I even get started, man, you got a big platform here. You're doing some big things. You know, I'm not here, you know, whatever you support, brother, that's on you. I just got pretty much a short question. I seen you make a video of why you don't think it should be illegal for people to burn the American flag. I got one question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think it should not be illegal for people to burn the American flag? And what do you think the American flag fucking stands for.
Yeah, well, I don't think it should be illegal to burn the American flag, even if you think that burning the American flag would symbolize an act of hate or anti-patriotism. Just in virtue of the fact that I think in a free functioning democracy, we shouldn't have like legally enforced / imposed patriotism / support of the country or the government of the country, right? It reduces down to free speech, okay? And honestly, you as a Republican, a conservative that preaches about free speech should know this, right? In 1989, in the Texas v. Johnson SCOTUS case, they ruled that burning the American flag is protected under the First Amendment, more specifically protected as symbolic speech.
This runs way deeper than what people could even. I don't give a shit about what these people say, what article they write, what textbook they put it in. The American flag represents the brave and the veterans that have fought for this country.
Mm-hmm.
The people should not be even touching or remotely burn the American flag.
Let me ask you a
This
question.
runs deeper than. Go ahead, brother.
So every single person that has fought and died for this country, they took an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution, right?
Absolutely.
So when Donald Trump is banning the burning of the American flag, infringing upon our First Amendment rights, I would argue that this is more disrespectful and more hateful, not just to those veterans, but also to the country than burning the flag in of itself.
See, this is the thing about you and this other little cat that's going around here. You love to twist people's words. You love to go back to these little documents and read off of it. The main point of not burning the American flag is it's disrespecting our fucking troops, man. And people like you and other people that wants to support this shit, y'all people need to be put in check, because I promise you, you keep walking around and keep doing this, somebody's going to put your all's ass in check. That's why you sit behind a little screen and don't show your face in public. Because I'm telling you, there's going to be somebody out there going to put your ass in check, my friend.
No, I love it. I love
Keep
it.
doing
So,
this shit.
no, I love it so much because, you know, like 10 years ago, conservatives, Republicans, Trump supporters, you guys would preach day in and day out about the importance of freedom of speech, about how we could say and do whatever we want, about how just because something is disrespectful to you doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to say it, and that if you disagree with speech, if you get pissed off because of a word somebody says, you are just a woke snowflake. Now, 10 years later, you are saying that we should illegally infringe upon the Constitution, force patriotism in the country, force your version of quote-unquote respect to our veterans, and quite frankly, if you disagree with the notion that we should illegally infringe upon our constitutional rights and force patriotism / respect to the government of our country, that you should be beat up in the streets, sir. I mean, it is gross. It is so gross, you know, the turns that you have taken in the last 10 years just to bend the knee to whatever Trump does. And it's funny because you're sitting here telling me that, you know, you literally want to catch a charge because you are offended by me arguing that we should protect our constitutional rights. Meanwhile, you turn around and you support a 34 count felon as president. You support an adjudicated rapist as president. And on top of that, right, you're telling me that we need to respect the veterans? How disrespectful, one moment, how disrespectful is it to every single person that has fought for this country and lost their life in virtue of taking an oath to uphold the Constitution to support Trump as president that violated the First Amendment with his banning of the burning of the American flag, violated the 14th Amendment when he attempted to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants, or called for the termination of the 22nd Amendment when he said he wanted to run for a third term, or violated the Constitution when he superseded the power vested in Congress to impose tariffs as ruled by a federal court 3 days ago, or called for the termination of the Constitution explicitly in December of 2022 in response to losing the 2020 election. Go ahead. I'm going to have you unmute. I'm going to have you unmute, my friend. I sent you an invite to unmute. Should be in the middle of your screen. Now, if you can't unmute yourself, okay, there you go. You got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not a dumbass. So let me just backtrack real quick. Something you said. So you think the veterans would love that you say that, you know, we're protecting the freedom of speech bullshit. So you think the veterans would be proud of us burning the American flag? Yes
sure,
or no?
So I'm sure that there's a lot of veterans that wouldn't be proud of burning the American flag. However, I don't think that veterans' proudness or lack thereof is what determines what we have the legal right to do. However, right, I will have you know that there's definitely a lot of veterans today that are burning the American flag in protest of the ruling of the Trump administration. Because once again, that ruling of the Trump administration was illegal and infringed upon the rights that they fought for. It is definitely more anti-American to ban the burning of the flag than it is to burn the flag in of itself. And don't tell me that I'm wrong here, because there was a veteran that served 20 years fighting for this country that burned an American flag on the doorstep of the White House last week after Donald Trump attempted to illegally ban it, that was then taken away in cuffs. Okay? Right? And honestly, the common consensus that I'm hearing from a lot of veterans right now is sure, they may not personally like burning the flag. They may not personally like it when people do that because it does symbolize in their mind something they fought for. However, they fought for you to have that right. By the way, if you stop interrupting me, I'll stop muting you. I just like to make it clear because now we're on like round 2 of me muting you. And keep in mind, the only reason why I keep doing that is because you're interrupting me. And I'll give you the same respect. I won't interrupt you either. But it looks like he's maybe running away. My friend, can you come back to the stream? Are you running away? Honestly, man, it's pretty disrespectful to run away from me. We should make that illegal because I think it's disrespectful. The same way you think we should make burning the flag illegal because you think it's disrespectful. You shouldn't be legally allowed to run away from me because of how disrespectful it is. Zach, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. Thank you for the love, Zach. Zach says a piece of cloth matters more than the actual people. Apparently, thank you for the love, Zach. Show some love to Zach down below in that comment section while we look for this next Trump supporter to come up here and give us a piece of their mind. Thank you so much. I'd also like to quickly thank Libby for the $10 and Alex for the $10, saying currently sick with an unknown virus. Dean, can you wish me luck to feel better? Yeah, I hope that you feel better. I'm sorry that's what you're going through. Thank you guys so much for the love, though. I'd also like to thank Mark for the $50 on PayPal. Mark says, sorry I missed your birthday, but happy belated birthday, and thank you for trying to keep truth alive. Thank you, Mark. That is so kind of you. Let's get 500 Mark W's for the $50 donation. That is MARC, as well as Valkyrie with a 10, Max with a 5, and Hunter with a 5, and Torn with a 5. Thank you guys so much for the love over on Venmo. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded into the stream right now. Guys, going to put a Maga with your age down below in that chat if you'd like to join. We got Southern Military loaded in right now. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, no, I don't. I wanted you to bring me up from while your last guest was up there. I'm retired Air Force. Well, I just wanted to be up there at the same time that you were.
Well, sir,
and I apologize.
I appreciate you so much for your service, and I hope you have a good rest of your day. And it sounds like you're standing against Trump, and as a veteran, that is the most patriotic thing that you could do, in commemoration and respect of those that you served with, and in commemoration and respect of those that lost their lives in service. But let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded in here right now. Make sure that if you are in that queue, that you are specifically an American adult that supports Trump. We are only looking to talk to MAGA today, folks. We're only looking to talk to MAGA today. As well as Lucy with the 10 pounds on Super Chat saying, I love when they get told actual facts, then resort to insults. That basically sums up MAGA. Oh, absolutely. As well as Veteran with the $10 on Super Chat saying, dude, the smartest thing for you to do is to keep the word veteran out of your mouth. You voted for a guy who called us losers and suckers. Yep. Good to see you, by the way, Veteran. All right, moving on to the next guest right now, everyone. As well as Ian with the $5 on Venmo saying, I'm so sick and tired of people saying that the U.S. flag only represents the military. Yeah, me too, Ian. As well as Bread with the $5 saying, get pushed. Happy birthday again. Bread, good to see you again. I appreciate you for the love. All right, what's going on? Do you support Trump, Justin?
Nah, man, I voted for him 3 times. I just want to tell you, keep doing good work, man. You're opening eyes and you're informing people. So voted for him 3 times and really wish I didn't vote for him this last time. So keep fighting the good fight, man.
Justin, I appreciate you for coming up here and saying that, man. You prove that change is possible. Dude, being a 3-time Trump voter to go to standing against him is very impressive, and I'm proud. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Yes. How you doing today, Dean?
I'm doing pretty well. We just got done watching, a ramble and spitfire of nonsense from Trump in the White House. What else could we expect from, his incoherent ASS? But Sweet Pea got a couple questions for you. You're telling us you support Trump. Why is that?
Oh, several things. Over the 4 years of Biden's term, He approved a 4.7 trillion in new 10-year debt through legislation and executive actions, correct?
Yeah, correct. Just like Donald Trump approved twice that at 8.6 trillion in his first 4 years, and he's already approved 4.5 trillion in his first 200 days of his second term. Yeah.
So we keep going back because every president does it. You do realize that, right?
Oh, so when you try to use it as a point against Biden,
I'm
it's
just
a
saying
bad
that,
thing.
no,
But then when I respond to that by bringing up the fact that Donald Trump spent twice as much in his first term and has already spent as much as they did in 4 years in his first 200 days, all of a sudden it's no big deal and every president does it.
I was just giving you an example. And yes, I'm not saying he didn't do that. Okay. But what he is doing is bringing back companies.
He's bringing back companies. Did you know that point number one?
4 and 5 corporation companies have already shifted production to the U.S. and at least 15% more are considering it due to high tariffs and ongoing supply chain challenges.
Okay, three questions. So if more companies are moving their manufacturing back to America, point number one, why is investment in American manufacturing down? Point number two, why is GDP growth down by a factor of 2 compared to last year? And point number three, why is unemployment up?
It's a process, my friend.
Well, it seems like the process of getting these companies back to America would indicate slow and gradual economic growth, but it's not even that we don't see slow and gradual economic growth through this process. We see the opposite. The economy is going down the shitter.
Well, we just started these tariffs a few months ago, and the revenue we have right now is $142 billion.
Right. Paid for by whom?
It doesn't matter who's paying. Yeah, the consumer, but do you understand too? We are not getting as much on the tariffs as they were getting on us.
Okay, well, we're going to respond to that first point. So you said that they've raised like $170 billion. I asked you who it's paid for. You said that
$142 billion. I can give you about 96
allow me to finish.
in revenue, making an
So
annual increase.
you said that the tariffs have raised $146 billion or whatever. I asked you who pays for that. You said the consumer. Let me ask you a question. Do you spend a greater proportion of your income on consuming goods, the less money you have or the more money you have?
Do you understand you're going to sit here and you're going to talk around it? Do you understand
You're
it's
not
a
answering
process?
my question.
Do you understand this cannot happen overnight?
Do you understand that you're not answering my question? Do you spend more of your money on goods that you buy when you have less money or more money?
Usually when you have less money.
Okay, so if you are telling me that the tariffs have raised $142 billion and the consumers are paying for them, but you spend more of your money on that consumption, the less money you make proportionate to your income, then all you're telling me is that $146 billion has been funded disproportionately by poor people. So why do you support a regressive tax on the poor to generate more money for a government to spend on policy like the Big Beautiful Bill, which also redistributes wealth to the rich by cutting the benefits of low-income Americans, by taking 10 million people off of healthcare and 3 million people off of food stamps?
And the deductions. We'll go through the percentages of the Big Beautiful Bill in a little bit. I'd be more than happy to.
Wait, have you already
But
been up here?
now, what I'm trying to tell you is if people quit buying cheap shit from China and start buying quality shit from the USA, we would be much better. But people won't quit buying cheap shit.
Oh, well, maybe if you want people to buy higher quality goods, quote unquote, don't take their money from them. When people have less money, they're obviously going to be more incentivized to buy, quote unquote, lower quality goods because they're less expensive. But were you up here like 2 days ago?
Let me ask you one
No.
question.
I need to know. Were you up here 2 days ago?
Yes, I was on your live. I was on Parker's live.
All right, my friend, we're going to move on to the next guest just because you were up here 2 days ago, and I guess we had the same exact conversation. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter, Leah, connected into the stream, guys. Please only join if you are a Trump supporter. As well as I'd like to thank Natalie for the $5 on Venmo, Lola with a 3, Alexis with a 3, and Condra with a 15, saying happy belated birthday, my friend. Did you have that tequila? I did. I got some Casamigos. It's great. Thank you for the love, Condra. Let's show some love to Condra down below, everyone. I'd also like to thank Lola for the $15 on PayPal. Lola didn't leave a message, only the love, as well as Brooke with the $15. Once again, also saying happy belated birthday. It was so fun hearing you the other week on one of my favorite podcasts with the I've Had It ladies. Oh, it was fun to record that. They were awesome. Thank you guys for the donations. What's up, Leah? Do you support Trump? Leah's not here, quite frankly. Get pushed. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Mr. Nick connecting into the stream. And for the 21,000 people hanging out with us over on TikTok, tell me how you're doing today. Let me know how your day's been so far down below in that chat. It's good to see you all and to have you in here with us. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Nick? Nick, we're going to give you 5 seconds to respond here. Banned! Moving on to the next guest. We got Rylan connecting, guys. You will be banned if you attempt to join the live and you are not an American adult that supports Trump, folks. What's up, Rylan? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
And how old are you?
I'm 19.
All right. What year are you born in?
2006.
All right. Tell us why you support Trump.
I believe people with dicks just stay in the dick room, and people with vajayjays just stay in the other room.
Very, very nice thought process here. Very intellectual and nuanced. So obviously you're going to be hinting at some argument that you support Trump because of an attack on trans individuals. We cannot talk about trans individuals on TikTok. They will take me down. They'll take you down. It won't be fun. However, there's definitely a question that I can ask you about the intellectual wisdom that you just shared us. If you think that individuals with a male phallus should stay separated from individuals with a female reproductive organ, how would you feel if a man like you or I walked into the changing rooms of naked teenagers and naked grown adult women unconsensually just to look at them?
That's wrong.
How, is it really wrong?
Well, imagine
Can I just get a yes or no?
No.
You don't think it's really wrong to sexually exploit naked girls?
Well, no, I said yes.
Okay,
yes,
you do.
Yes.
So just hypothetically, right, if a man did this, sexually exploited the naked bodies of teens and grown adult women by walking in on them while they were changing in a women and girls only space, and then they turn around and ran for president, would you ever support them in a billion years?
I look beyond past that. I look at what I don't care what they do, as long as which side is what I believe.
You don't care if our president is a predator?
I do.
Sexually exploited kids?
No, I do.
Okay, so you do. So hypothetically, oh, well, there's no evidence Trump has done this because he hasn't. He's a good man. But hypothetically, if Donald Trump did sexually exploit naked teens and women by perving on them while they're undressed in women only changing rooms, would you still support him as president?
No, but did he do that?
No, he didn't do this. But I just want to clarify your answer. There's no.
No.
Okay, I feel like if this actually happened, you would change your response and you'd be like a hypocritical cult member and you'd go from suggesting that you wouldn't support Trump if he's done this to still defending him if he had.
No, if he did, I wouldn't.
Are you sure?
I wouldn't support him. Yeah.
We're going to go to another clip. Here we go.
I wouldn't.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And, well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything is good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
All right, before you say a word, you are at a fork in the road. You have two paths. Your first path is to be a man of your word and stay true to what you told us, and redact your support from Trump.
I'm
not done talking. Your first path would be for you to be a man of your word, stay true to what you told us, and stop supporting Trump because you told us if Trump had done this, then you'd no longer be MAGA. Now, your second path is to be a spineless MAGA droid, be a hypocrite, contradict what you told us, and continue to support him and find some weird workaround, sophist way to justify it. Now, I will have you know, before I played this clip, I told you that I think if this actually happened, you would still support Trump. You would be that spineless cult member, and you reaffirmed to me and the other 24,000 people watching on YouTube and TikTok that that's not the case, and you would redact your support if this had occurred. So what will it be, my friend? Are you going to be a hypocrite, or are you no longer MAGA?
I'm saying, that's wrong. I'm not going to lie to you. That's wrong. I already voted for him, so what's my opinion going to do, for any,
do you still support him as president?
He's president. like I'm not gonna disrespect him.
So
He's
do
the
you still
president.
do you still support him as president?
I say I'll wait for this term to end to vote for the next one.
So you're not answering my question. My question is like 5 words. Do you still support him, 7 words, as president?
I support that economy is doing good.
So that's not an answer to the question. I can't. I could only listen, my friend. Listen, my friend. One second. 1 second. I could only condense it to 7 words. Do you still support him as president? It can't get any more simple than that. I could write it with like crayon on like printer paper and like show you it on screen. How about we do that? I don't have like crayon, but what I do have is a colorful notepad and a pen. So do you like blue? I feel like you like blue. We'll write it on the blue. Let's see.
I actually love blue.
1 second.
I love blue.
Well, I guess, see, the pin is dead, so I can't even write it. We'll set that aside. The question is, do you still support Trump as president after telling us that if you knew he had boasted about perving on kids and women while they were in their dressing rooms, you would no longer support him? And then I played you a clip of him boasting about perving on naked kids and women in their dressing rooms. Do you still support him?
I support any president that's president, but what he did is wrong, and that should be dealt with. But
okay, so the answer, is yes. So the answer is yes. You still do.
I support Biden. Yeah,
and now your apparent
I think that's
argument,
wrong though. Like he should pay for his like.
And now your apparent argument to justify that is, well, you still support him because he's president. Okay, so you shouldn't just support the president because they're president.
But there's a reason I voted for him. About the trans thing. That's why I voted for him.
So now we're really confused. So you still support him as president because you think he's doing good?
I support that view he has.
Okay. Chat, should we just kick this guy? He's like incoherent. Right, I'm just trying to learn if he still supports him. He didn't give me a direct response. And then I was like, hey, I need you to answer the question. I tried to literally write it out for him. Oh, and he left. Okay, all right. We are breaking the minds of Trump supporters today. Yeah, it is just hilarious because we will literally get to a point in these conversations with these Trump supporters where language doesn't work anymore. Like, it's crazy. We'll get to a point in these conversations where if they attempt to further the dialogue in any productive manner whatsoever, they are put in a corner and they lose. So they just break language. Language is like words stop meaning what they mean. They just stop understanding simple concepts like, do you still support him as president? Everything breaks down. Reality just stops working the moment they're put in that corner. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Adam,
hello.
Hey, what's up? You MAGA?
No, but I'm 41 years old. I don't go by labels like all you children do and pick. I know. Here he goes. What state you from, bro?
What state am I from? I'm from Colorado. Why are you emotional?
No way. Not Mormon country. No way.
Mormon country's not Colorado.
Way.
It's Utah.
I know it's Utah. Yeah,
so do you support?
Trump as
president?
Where you're from, bro? No, I don't support any of them at all.
Okay.
Because this is the problem. You're calling.
Have a good one. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Steve loading in. What the hell's going on with the guest today? Eduardo, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Eduardo with the $20 says, happy delayed B-Day. Have you liked the drink? Pretty shit, huh? Yeah, Eduardo, I'd one taste of whiskey, never again. It was too much. It was too crazy. I'm just kidding. But thank you for the love, Eduardo. What's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, Steve's not here, so we're going to go to kick them and move on. For the 19.5 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok, guys, make sure that we're double tapping and sharing out this live. Hopefully, we'll be able to get a Trump supporter up in here soon to have a debate with. Show some love to Eduardo down below, as well as Heidi. Thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, saying happy belated birthday. Sure appreciate you. You are doing great stuff. Thank you for the love, Heidi. That's very kind of you. As well as Haley with the $20, saying everyone shut up, my show is on. Show some love to Heidi and Haley down below in that chat, you guys, as well as Ivan with the $5. Thank you so much for the love. Let's go and get that next guest connected to the stream right now, guys. Only join if you're an American adult that supports Trump. We are just simply looking for debates, everybody. We are just simply looking for debates. What is up? Do you support Trump, Lester?
No, I don't. I just wanted to say I appreciate it.
I mean, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Lester. That's very kind of you. We are just looking for Trump supporters, though, so we're going to move on to the next guest. We got Mark connecting, guys. Please make sure that we're following those rules. Please make sure that we're following those rules. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Oh, Mark. How old are you?
18.
Okay, you're 18. What year were you born in?
2007.
Great. And you absolutely support Trump. Out of curiosity, can you name one of his policies?
No tax on tips.
No tax on tips. Well, I mean, that wasn't one of the policies. That was a greater part of the Big Beautiful Bill. It was a provision
shit.
of the Big Beautiful Bill, not really. But go ahead and tell us, why do you support Trump?
I just have a question. So you don't like him at all? No, I do. But like, do you not like him at all?
Yeah, no, I don't like Trump at all.
Like, so like you hate him?
Yeah, I could say I hate him.
But like, why?
Why? Well, he was found civilly liable for raping a woman. I think it's okay to hate rapists.
Do you think he actually raped her?
Yeah, because that's what the unanimous jury of 9 concluded.
Deadass?
Yeah, Mark. So why do you support him?
Like, do you think what he did about the whole entire space shit was wrong, or nah?
The space shit moving like the center from Colorado to Alabama?
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. That inconsequential. Who cares? So why do you support him?
Just his policies, his policies, you know.
Okay, so which one of Trump's policies makes you support him as president?
All of them.
All of them? Okay, so is policy to cut health care for 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps for 3 million low-income Americans is one of the reasons you support him?
Exactly.
Okay, and why do you support low-income Americans dying and starving?
Because it was Trump that did it.
Okay, all right. I think he's trolling. We're going to move on to the next guest. You know what? I'm happy that we have 3,000 people on YouTube, 20,000 people on TikTok. Because I just want to show you guys the type of people that still support the president. I just want to show you guys the type of people that still support him. Adam, what's up? Are you MAGA?
6'7".
6'7", banned. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Let's go to get that next guest connecting. We got I Know It All 1776 connecting. Oh my goodness gracious, you guys. What a day. What a day in the Dean stream. What's up? Are you MAGA? I Know It All. Hi, you're connected to the live. Do you support Trump? I Know It All. You have 5 seconds before I kick you, my friend. 4, 3, 2, 1, and ban. Moving on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We will get you up here. We got probably riding dirt bikes connecting. Also, by the way, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio, y'all. I get 100% of those proceeds. Welcome in. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
Mango.
Okay, goodbye. We got Mira Tommy, 27, connecting into the live stream, guys. Only join the live if you support Trump. Only join the live if you support Trump, you guys. We're just looking to talk to some people that still support the fascist in chief. Looking to talk to some people that still support the fascist in chief. I Know It All 1776 is back in the queue. We'll try to let him back up. What's up? You did not speak last time. Are you going to speak this time?
Yeah, I had to go take care of my kids real quick.
No worries. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I have actually a question for you.
Do you mind if I actually ask you a question first, since you know it all?
No, I wanted to ask you a question because I don't know what you're thinking, but with Roe v. Wade, are you in favor of that?
Yeah, I'm in favor of federal protections for women's access to abortion. 100%.
How they overturned it?
How they overturned it?
Yeah.
I mean, like, obviously, like, I don't like the fact that they overturned it because I want women's access to abortion to be protected on at the federal level.
Okay, but like you're okay with it now, though, right? Like, it's legal and everything. You're not gonna
when you say okay with it, like no, like I really do wish it was protected at the federal levels, so therefore I don't like that decision.
Okay, but like you don't really have a problem with it, though, right?
Obviously, I do have a problem with it because I don't like it for the last time because I think women's access to abortion should be federally protected.
But the Supreme Court ruled on it, though.
Okay, and you could still like have like an opinion if you like or don't like a SCOTUS ruling.
Right, but like
the Supreme Court is
what
the
do you say
standard
to
for
all these
legality,
people-
not
what
the
do you
standard
say-
for morality.
What do you say to all these people that like really like say Trump and the Supreme Court's a bunch of fascists for overturning that?
What do I say to like people saying that they're fascists for overturning Roe v. Wade?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think that there's about 1,000,000,001 reasons why Trump is fascist. I mean, I don't really know like what you're trying to get out of me. I'm telling you that I don't like the ruling because I think that women's access to abortion should be federally protected. Now, why do you support Trump?
Well, no, the whole reason I'm saying that is because like it's kind of like the same argument with the whole flag burning thing, right? Like you're sitting here and you're saying like, oh, I don't like this ruling, but then you're saying I like that ruling.
Okay, well, the executive order signed into law by
Kinda
Trump to ban
hypocritical.
burning of the American flag wasn't a ruling from SCOTUS. That was an illegal attempt to actually circumvent the powers vested
Are
in
you talking
SCOTUS to
about
interpret the
his
First Amendment.
executive order? Are you talking about his executive order?
Yeah.
Is arson legal?
Is arson legal? Yeah, burning down other people's property is arson, and that is illegal.
Okay, so with these people that are doing these things, right, and specifically talking about the LA riots, right, were they not going inside and were they not burning down cars? Were they not having these riots? And then were they not burning the flags while these riots were going on?
What does burning cars in LA have to do with illegally banning burning of the American flag?
Because it's still arson, right? Like, so just because you're allowed to burn a flag, you can burn a flag on your property, right? But the moment you start destroying public property with that burning, such as scorching the ground, making imprints, destroying public property, while in the commission of doing that, that's not legal.
The common law definition of arson would be the burning of other people's property. So, like, one second, the difference between arson... one second, my
public
friend.
property is still not only your property.
Yeah, but if you own a flag, it's not public property. It'd be your property.
Okay, so can I go up to a stop sign and just tag a stop sign since that's my property?
No, because it's not your property.
That's because it's public property, right? It's designed for everybody. It's not just yours.
Yeah,
it's the same
so
logic.
public
with
property
flag
is not specifically your property.
Exactly. So what I'm getting
Right,
at basically, though,
this
if
wouldn't-
you
this
destroy
wouldn't be-
stuff, if you destroy streets by burning an American flag, right? Even if it's a little small scorch, should those people still go to jail?
I'm
Technically
confused
under
on
the
what
law?
you're asking me.
If those people by burning flag, right? I'm asking you a question. If those people by burning a flag destroy, cause any kind of damage to the streets, cause any kind of damage to public property, should those people go to jail for destroying public property?
I'm not sure how this would relate to the value intrinsic to burning the flag
It's a
in of
yes or
itself,
no
given
question,
that it's your
Dean.
property. Well, it's just not a question that I think is going to be relevant, conceptually,
Okay.
to the point of burning the flag at all, right? So, like,
I
the
see
way
that
that
you're
you're
not
trying to
gonna
twist
answer
and
that.
contort this argument is by basically
it's
saying,
not.
would you mind if you allow me to finish speaking, sir? Good boy. Thank you. All right. So I'm bringing up the fact that a week ago, Donald Trump imposed a new EO into law that banned the burning of the American flag. And I think that is wrong, as burning the American flag is a constitutionally protected behavior under the First Amendment per a SCOTUS ruling from the 80s. Now, you are attempting to respond to this by saying, well, if in burning the American flag, you commit other crimes, should they go to the jail for the other crimes? And I'm responding to you by saying it is irrelevant, as I'm specifically talking about the act of burning the flag, not defacing public property.
If in the process of you burning a flag, you deface public property, should you go to jail?
This is the last time I'll tell you this. It is not relevant to the conversation on if you
Okay.
should go to jail for burning the flag in of itself, in a vacuum, isolated from all other facts. It's because that is what Donald Trump wants to make illegal. Now, why do you support Trump?
To that point. I see that you conceded to that point.
It's not a concession for me to tell you that your question is irrelevant
Dean, let's just
to
move on. Let's just
burning the
move on.
flag in
Let's
a
just move
vacuum.
on. You made your point, Dean. Okay, so also there's this other thing I wanted to ask you. There was actually
I don't want you to ask me a
person
question. I
that's-
want you to tell me why you support Trump.
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm just trying to like get to your logic. I'm trying to see how your worldview is. I don't know you enough. I just popped on. I know you're popular. Just wanted to get up and see your worldview real quick. So there was actually this case out of Texas where this man actually gave his pregnant girlfriend a morphine pill. Do you think that that person should go to jail under your worldview?
If it was consensually, no. If it was unconsensually, yes.
Why? It's not a baby.
So the reason why I'd say he should go to jail if it was unconsensually was because it was without the consent of the woman. And I believe that without the consent of a woman, terminating her pregnancy is a violation of her right to bodily autonomy.
I mean, but he didn't actually do anything. All he did was just give her a pill. Everybody says that, you know.
Listen,
and not only that,
I'll give you an analogy. Think about it this way, right? If there's a boyfriend and girlfriend, and the boyfriend gives the girlfriend a pill that kills one of her kidneys, do you think that man should go to jail?
Oh, I do. I don't have an issue.
But now,
with
do you?
that, but
Wait.
What?
Now. Here's a follow-up question. That kidney of the woman that the man killed, is that kidney a baby?
Is that kidney a part of her body?
The kidney is a part of her body. Yes, exactly.
Okay, is the baby a part of her body?
Exactly. But it's in her body. So of course the reason why I would argue that if a man were to, oh my God,
when I started asking that question.
Thank you. So can I finish my statement, please?
Can you answer the question before you start trying to change the goalpost again? Is the baby a part of her body?
The fetus is reliant on parts of her body and growing inside of her body. Okay, so being able to point out. Is it a part of her body?
Just answer it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Okay, so
you don't have to. I'll stop talking when you talk. I promise.
Okay. Well, then stop interrupting me. Can I finish?
Just answer the question, then, Dean.
Okay. Well, I'm going to need to be able to speak in order to answer the question.
Then talk, Dean.
Thank you so much. So the question that you're asking me is if the fetus is a part of the woman's body. So I view the fetus to be reliant upon the woman's body. However, I don't think that the fetus is identical to the woman's body. And this is irrelevant to why I am pro-choice. I am pro-choice because I think that there's no good reason insofar as why it would be wrong, therefore it's permissible. Now to get back to what I was trying to say before you interrupted me.
Real quick, one more question.
No, I'm not going to allow you to interrupt me. I'm still speaking. Thank you so much, sir. You are getting impatient and you are acting erratic and you are interrupting me when I'm speaking. Can you have a little bit more decorum than that? Okay. So
yeah, I'm listening.
Thank you so much. So once again, you asked me the question, if a man unconsensually gives a woman an abortion pill, should he go to jail? My answer would be yes, and my reason would be that would be a violation of the will and consent of the woman over her body and what is inside of it, amounting to a violation of her bodily autonomy. I also attribute something similar to property rights, that of the fetus over the mother. All right, sorry, that of the mother over the fetus, right? So think about it this way, right? If I own a car and it is my car, it's my property, and I take a iron and I break all the windows on my car, did I do something wrong? Should I go to jail for breaking all of the windows on my car?
That's a very horrible analogy, but
answer the question. Like you've been telling me to this whole time. Now you answer the question.
That's a horrible analogy.
Oh, you're not answering the question. Wait, this whole time you've been drilling into me for apparently not answering your questions. But then the moment I ask you one question, you can't answer it? Get pushed, bro.
That's Dean. That's not a fair analogy.
Well, it seems like somebody can't answer a question.
Another car. You can't compare abortion or a smishmortion to breaking your own vehicle. That's not the same thing.
So feel free to make that argument after I'm done giving you the analogy. I'll just simply have you answer the question to begin with. No. No. Feel free to try to make an argument that these things are not comparable within the relevant senses that I'm describing after I make the argument. But I'll just simply have you answer the question, right? If I own a car, right, and I take an iron and I break all the windows on it, am I doing anything wrong?
So does that car only belong to you? Like, are you the sole owner of that car?
Yeah, it's my car.
You paid for it in cash. You don't owe money on it, nothing like that.
I'm going to give you 5 seconds to answer before I kick you.
Dean, I wanted to ask you one more question.
4, 3, 2.
That was a horrible analogy. Come on.
Do you have an answer?
Be fair.
Do you have an answer?
Be fair.
You don't have an answer, right?
Dean, be fair.
And skipped. Ruby, I appreciate you for the galaxy. That is very kind of you. Let's go and get that next guest up in here. I gave him all of the opportunity in the world to attempt to answer the question, but of course the Trump supporter can't answer shit. We're going to now go ahead and move on to the next guest, Nick. And Nikki, thank you so much for the galaxies. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as Brad with a $1 over on Venmo. Thank you. And then Sarah, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo saying, happy late B-Day. Thank you for being so educational. Please take care of your mental health. Thank you so much for the love, Sarah. Let's get 200 Sarahs, 200 Sarah W's down below in that comment section. What's up, Nick? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
07.
And can you speak up a little bit or get a little bit closer to your mic?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So why do you support Trump?
Because he's doing really well for this country, and I support his views.
Okay, what is one way that Donald Trump has helped the average American in the last 200 days?
I mean, there's a lot. I'm not sure where to really start here.
Well, if there's a lot of ways that he's helped the average American in the last 200 days, it should be relatively easy to name one. For instance, there's a lot of colors in the visible light spectrum, and because there's so many, it is very easy for me to name a handful, like purple, pink, blue, green, purple, orange, right? So now because you think that there's a lot of really good things he's done for the average American in the last 250 days, you should very easily be able to name one. Take it away. Come on, bro. That's all you got? You don't have anything?
Well, I mainly came on here with the question. I'm just, trying to think.
I mean, I would appreciate if you'd answer mine. I asked you if you support Trump. You said yes. You said the reason why you support Trump is because he's done a lot to help America. I asked you to name one way he's helped the average American in the last 250 days. You say, well, he's done a lot of things to help the average American in the last 250 days. So please clarify one.
Well, he's trying to get rid of the immigrants, the illegal ones, and
you bet. Thank you for the galaxy.
That's
so mass deportation,
bringing down the crime rate.
Oh, so mass deportation actually shoots up the crime rates. The reason mass deportation increases crime rates is because undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crimes than citizens. So when you remove a demographic of close to 11 million people that are less likely to commit crimes, and you downsize the overall populace of 2 individuals with a higher propensity on average to commit crimes, crime rates go up.
Okay, well, who's doing the main crimes?
Citizens. 90% of violent crimes are committed by American men.
If you say so, I guess. So my question here was, how do y'all feel about your wishing death on Trump?
Thank you so much for the galaxy.
How is that, I don't know, right?
No, that's obviously very wrong. And nobody's done that. Nobody's ever done that.
Literally the whole entire live stream before he started his announcement video, y'all were saying just all this stuff about, oh yeah, I hope he is dead. I hope blah, 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 blah. All of that. How is that?
Here's what I'll say to that. So if you're curious why individuals are celebrating this, feel free to ask them.
Okay, well,
I'm not going to speak for the people in my chat. Why would I do that? I'm not going to speak for people on the internet. I'm apparently not going to speak for the 1.2 million people that went on Twitter in the last 3 days calling for it. Ask them, right? You're a big sister. I appreciate you for the galaxy. But what I want to ask you, and you still haven't answered, is why do you support him as president? Okay? Because I asked you to try to qualify one way that he has helped the average American in the last 200 days, and you failed. You did not. Yet you're telling me that you still support him as president, and I'm just curious why, right? Because you can't name a single good way he's helped the average American. Let me tell you some ways he's hurt them. According to projections from the Committee on a Responsible Federal Budget, as well as the CBPP, let me make sure I got that right. Yeah, according to the Center of Budget and Policy Priorities, the big beautiful bill, which costs the taxpayer $4.5 trillion in debt-related spending, is going to be reducing the after-tax income for 55% of income earners in America. If you make at or less than $51,000 per year, you're going to be worse off at the end of the year because of Donald Trump's big beautiful bill. Not to mention that it's taking healthcare away from 10 million and food stamps away from 3 million. So if I can name like these 3 crystal clear ways that him and his policy are hurting the average American, and you cannot give me one way that him and his policy is helping the average American, why would you support him?
Because of his views.
Which ones?
Well, if I answer that, then I'll be called numerous things that are untrue. And that's just kind of how y'all do that stuff.
So can you answer the question? What views of the adjudicated rapists, 34 count felons, are you a fan of?
Yeah.
So it doesn't actually look like you have a response. Can you tell me why you and millions of other Americans basically support this idiot with no reason? No, we can't. He left instead. Let's go and get that next guest connected into the live stream. We are running through the Trump supporters today. For everybody watching at home, I don't know, man. This is gold, because what we're seeing is Trump supporter after Trump supporter join the live and fail to give any reason why they support him as president. It's very sad. Bread, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying push. Thank you for the love, Bread. As well as Club Brain Fog with the $10 on YouTube saying first time seeing you after the iHip channel. Great debate vibe. Thank you for the love. You are awesome. It's very kind of you. As well as Ashley with the $10 saying, how is having more corporations in America a good thing? Well, I mean, it could like incentivize more economic growth. There's definitely like good things to more business in America. I just don't think that Donald Trump is actually doing that with his policy. As well as David, what's up? Do you support Trump? David is not here, so we're going to go and kick them, move on to the next guest. We got Mr. Steve loading up. For everybody hanging out with us on TikTok, y'all make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. What's up? Do you support Trump, Steve?
Are you talking to me? Yes, sir.
Are you driving?
No.
Okay, could you disconnect your phone from any and all Bluetooth devices? I could barely hear you.
Hold on 1 second.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you while you're doing that, Steve. To unmute, just click on the icon of the mic, and I bet you could get that all figured out. Oh, okay. Steve's figuring that out. Somebody in the YouTube comment section says that I'm being mean today. Okay, I'll try to be a little bit nicer. I think that I was just really fed up with Trump after like sitting down and watching, his spiel there for an hour and a half where he's saying people are born as criminals and whatnot. And like every guest that we've had so far today has been pretty damn rough. So I'm a little bit more fed up than usual, but I'll try to be a little bit nicer. Let's go and get that next guest up here in the meantime while this guy's figuring out his shit. Okay. All right. We are going to go ahead and get that next guest connected as well. We got Ryan RC.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Yeah, you were definitely driving, Steve, so I'm going to have to kick you. Let's go to move on to the next guys. Steve is like definitely driving. So what's up, Dave? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
63.
Damn, dude. All right, Dave. So why do you support the worst president out of your 63 years of life?
Oh, let's go back to that one topic. Immigration.
Okay, that's a word.
Okay.
So do you support Donald Trump's immigration policy?
Yes.
Okay, so what immigration policy of Trump's do you like?
Generally the part that's keeping more fentanyl out of the country.
Oh, right, Dave. Well, I gotta kick you because you can't say that on TikTok Live. If I had any supposition that that's what you were about to say, I would have given you a heads up. It is a really weird TikTok rule, guys. You can't say DRUG or the names of any DRUGS on TikTok. It's strange. What's up, Dad Bod? You MAGA?
Hey, since when can't you mention certain narcotics?
Well, I gotta kick you for saying that, Dad Bod. It's been a rule on TikTok forever. Let's go to now load up that next guest. We got Toxic. We got Toxic connecting. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Fuck yeah.
Oh, how old are you?
I'm 19.
You're 19 and you support Trump. Let me ask you a question. Are you a patriot?
Poppy?
Did you say Poppy?
Yeah.
I'm going to ignore that. Are you a patriot?
Your daddy.
Who's my daddy? Trump?
Yup.
Would you argue that Trump is my daddy because I'm a citizen of America and he's the president of America?
Yes, sir.
Are you an American citizen?
Yes, sir.
So logically, this would imply that he's your daddy too, right?
Hell yeah.
Can you say that?
He's daddy for sure.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Let's go to get that next guest connected into the stream right now. We got Terry Mills loading up in. That one's always funny. Some of them are willing to do it. Some of them are willing to say, Trump's my daddy. Then other ones gonna piss him no, he's not my daddy. He's your daddy. What's up? Do you support Trump, Terry?
Yes.
All right, man. You're talking to me through headphones, earpods, AirPods.
Yeah.
If you take them
Why,
out,
does it sound funny?
If you take them out, you'll sound about 1 billion times more clear. While he's doing that, Bailey with $1 and Adriana with $1 and Bailey with another $1 over on PayPal. Thank you guys.
How's
Very
this?
kind. Much better, my friend. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
For his policies.
Oh, which ones, Mr. Tear?
Close the border.
Oh, so what policy did he implement to close the border?
I don't know where you're living, but just enforce the border.
Well, I mean, I think that's kind of a lame response, right? He didn't just enforce the border. The reason why I think we've seen such a strong and significant reduction in undocumented entries into America is not because of good policy, it's because of fascism, right? Because we have to remember, at its core, regardless if the immigrant is legal or not,
if you had your sister or brother or mother killed from a illegal,
undocumented
or
immigrant.
raped or murdered,
okay, say great.
You'd feel different. You would feel different, I think.
Okay, so actually, well, here's what I would say. If an undocumented immigrant commits a crime, they're not committing the crime because they're an undocumented immigrant. They're committing the crime because they're a bad person. And for this reason and more, it's bad to look at an undocumented immigrant that's committing a violent crime and then superimpose your feelings on them to every undocumented immigrant in the country. This is just a tool of demonization and dehumanization to justify and warrant constitutional and human rights violations. We can't say that because an undocumented immigrant killed Laken Riley, that therefore we should be taking the hard-working undocumented fathers and mothers that own businesses, work as employees, and make our economy prosper, violate their constitutional right to due process, and lock them up in CCOT down in El Salvador by the plane loads. That's unfair, sir. And you know what else is really unfair is for you to feel this certain way about all undocumented immigrants because of your bigotry, but then when we know that this one man, Mr. Donald J. Trump, who's serving as our president, is a rapist, per the unanimous ruling of a civil court last year,
I am not a
you
bigot.
don't care and you want him there.
I don't care. I do care. That's why I voted for him.
So you voted for him because he's a rapist?
What he is saying, make America great. You like America being great?
Yeah, I want America to be great, and he's not making it great, and that's why I don't support him.
Don't you think? Have you been out of this country before?
Yeah.
Have you been out of this country? Have you?
Yes.
What country did you go to?
I've been to a handful of countries.
What country?
I don't. I'm not going to sit here and give you a list. Seems pretty off topic.
Have you been? Why is it off topic? I think America is one of the best countries in the world.
Well, we're trying to. So the reason it's off topic is because I'm trying to talk to you about why you support Trump, not about where I've traveled.
Well, his policies. I like his policies. I like that he opened up like the people he supported in California when their houses burned down. He got he got the people out there that needed to approve the new houses, but only 2 houses because of their governor has been given permits to build.
Okay. Well, we're not talking about Newsom. We're talking about Trump. Here's the deal. I actually want to go back to the first thing that you said. So I brought up how he is kind of being a fascist and violating the constitutional and human rights of undocumented immigrants. You then respond to that by saying, well, some undocumented immigrants have committed violent crimes. Sir, are you a natural U.S.-born citizen?
Yes.
Statistically speaking,
I was in the Air Force.
Statistically speaking, you are 2.5 times more likely to commit violent crimes than an undocumented immigrant. Should we deport you first?
I don't know how that's true.
Oh, you don't know how that's true? It is true, sir. My source would be PNAS, who's been tracking crime statistics of citizens and undocumented immigrants since the 19th century, my friend.
Well, I used to work in a company for people that wrote specifications, and I saw how you can spin everything to make things fit.
Okay, well, you're saying that this is a spin to make it fit. That's a very intellectually lazy response and a cope with reality.
I don't know. I don't know that what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't have any information.
You don't have any information about that. So then let me ask you a
I look
question.
around me, though.
Then
I see all
let me
these
ask
white
you.
people
Then let me ask you a question that doesn't determine any
I see my
information.
neighbors. They're not like that.
Did you just say white people?
Pardon?
You said I look around. I see all these white people.
Yeah, I see all sorts of white people around me. They're not like that. Yeah, I see all these white people around me. They're not like what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. So, my friend Terry, that is racist. Okay, and I'm going to give you a very clear explanation insofar as why. All right? So, regardless of what your race is, your race doesn't make you more or less likely to commit crimes. The melanin content in your skin cells doesn't predispose you towards aggression or lack thereof. Mr. Sundown Tear. You should have learned this in high school, but quite frankly, one could argue you probably didn't even go if you're saying shit like this. Have a good rest of your day. We're going to move on to the next guest. All right. Let's get that next guest connected. If you're in that queue, make sure that you support Trump. That rhetoric is so incredibly disgusting. And no, I'm not going to be debating people on if black people are more aggressive or not. Okay, right? That's not open to debates. That is bold-faced racism, and that's not accepted in this space. It is obviously false. Hello, Jason. Do you support Trump?
Hey. Yes, I do. But
okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
Going on 19, 2005, 11/10/05.
You actually cannot be 18, born in 05. I hope you have a good rest of your day. We're going to go ahead and load that next guest in faith. Matt, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Let's get 200 Matt W's down below. Matt says, I watch you all the time as a mom of 3 boys. I'm so proud of you fighting for the good fight. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Matt down below, as well as Rachel with the $10. Thank you so much for that information, Rachel. And Libby with the 10. Thank you so much, Libby. Show some love to Rachel, 10, and Matt down below in that chat. Sorry, Libby, Rachel, and Matt down below in that chat. Welcome in, Faith. Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, Faith, how old are you?
48.
48.
Born in
Sounds good.
77.
Okay. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I have a more unique approach, I would say, than maybe some of your other viewers. I just came across this live, so I just wanted to say first, it's nice that you're having a calm, intellectual, debate where you're letting people speak. So I do appreciate that. I would say, first of all, I am a felon myself, so I have a unique perspective there. Also, my husband is a 100% disabled veteran. So one of the main reasons why I personally support Trump is because my husband's pay over the years, anytime a Democrat was in office, was substantially hurt. The supplies he would receive when he was active duty, the gear that he needed, etc., was always impacted heavily when a Democrat was in office. He would not have the things he would need when he was deployed, etc., and then it would reverse completely when a Republican was in office. I know that Trump doesn't, at least at the time, was not someone that really stood by one side or the other and kind of conformed as he went through his political race and became a Republican eventually. But for me, knowing that my husband's pay was impacted so heavily and our family was really struggling, we voted for Trump. At least, my husband and my son and such. I personally, of course, am a felon and I'm not allowed to vote. But we do support him. And I will have to admit, unfortunately, I had very high hopes and I was really hoping the economy would bounce back. And it's very sad that it hasn't. So I would not say that he has solved everything in any capacity.
Do you mind if
we voted for him, yes.
Okay. So about you arguing that seemingly your husband, who's a disabled vet, is treated worse under Dems and treated better under Republicans is false. I mean, let's just look at what Biden did for vets, including disabled vets such as your husband. First and foremost, he gave the military a 5% pay increase. That's the largest pay increase since we went to war in Afghanistan under Bush. Second of all, he passed the PACT Act, which was a $800 million investment into the VA, into veterans health care. And because of the PACT Act, this $800 million investment, they were now able to offer new services to over 1 million vets that were not covered before the PACT Act. That's great, okay? And what has Trump done? Well, so far in his second term, he's defunded the VA, causing them to have to fire 55,000 of their employees, okay? And talking about disability here, a need for healthcare, he's defunded healthcare too. He cut Medicaid by $900 billion, which is increasing the premiums by 75% for everybody that's still on them, but it's also cutting 10 million people off them. And he called veterans suckers and losers. And if your husband got disabled in the line of duty, he had his life permanently altered out of a fight in defense of the American Constitution, which Donald Trump has belligerently been infringing on, hundreds of times, many times in the last 250 days. December of 2022, he called for its termination. Yeah, he called for the termination of the thing that your husband was defending and almost lost his life over. And first day in office, he signed Executive Order number 14160 into law, which infringed upon the 14th Amendment. He infringed upon the thing that your husband could have lost his life over. Last week ago, he infringed upon the First Amendment, same thing. We just had a federal judge rule that his tariffs were unconstitutional, same thing. I mean, in the 2020, he tried to literally rig and steal the election from Biden, then admitted to it in court, same thing. So not only did Biden offer better benefits to veterans, and not only did Donald Trump hurt people's access to health care, but he's also been belligerently disrespecting and infringing upon the core foundation of this country, which all service members, including your husband, have taken an oath to uphold.
So you just said I was wrong, but if you've listened carefully to my statement, what I stated, and I have been married to my husband almost 30 years. I was with him before he joined. He served in the Air Force honorably and the Army honorably. I've been with him every step of the way, even as he became 100% disabled. And what my statement was is that while he was active duty and when he would get deployed or we would experience things as a military family, the supplies they needed, the gear they were provided, I would see him either have parachutes with holes in them or parachutes that were safe. And it was always affected by who was in office. Now you can use your statistics to state the different things you're mentioning. I'm not disputing anything you're mentioning.
Okay, here's
but
a good
what
question.
I'm mentioning is how we were affected and why we voted for Trump was because of that.
Name one good thing that Trump has ever done for your husband.
Well, as far as when he was president before, the economy did boost back initially, and that's why I said now. As of now, I unfortunately have not seen progress.
What did he do though? Like that, you're not telling me something he did. I'm asking you for something Donald Trump did. Like, what is a policy that Donald Trump passed that helped your husband? What was a provision within the DoD that Donald Trump got done that helped your husband? What was an executive order that Donald Trump signed into law that helped your husband? What is one specific action of Trump that he's taken in his first term or second term that has helped your husband?
Trump was not in office when my husband was active duty.
Okay, so you're telling me that you support Trump even though he's never done anything to help your husband just because you think other Republicans have done things to help your husband and you think that other Democrats have done things to hurt your husband. I don't think that this is a defensible position. You can't tell me that you support the man that's infringing upon our Constitution, taking our civil liberties, rights, and freedoms away, destroying the economy, dropping it in the first quarter of this year, deporting 8.3 million of our workers and infringing upon the access to health care of 66 million American women, even though he's done nothing to help your husband, and you support him?
You can read off Google. You can read your Google statistics. I'm telling you a real life fact. My husband either had holes in his parachute or not. You can say that that's not serious to you, but it is to me.
How do the Democrats put holes in your husband's parachute?
Because they would not provide the proper funds necessary to provide new and safe equipment for our troops.
The DoD budget has increased every single year.
You can read Google all you want. I'm talking about real life facts of seeing my husband pack his gear to go and knowing that he had brand new equipment or not.
Okay, so are you arguing that Obama put holes in your husband's parachute?
I can tell you we lost everything we owned when Obama was in office because of the things he put into effect. Absolutely.
Okay, so you're telling me, so at its core, your argument is, even though you can't name anything that Donald Trump has ever done to help you,
I don't have to use Google.
Ma'am, Faith, just allow me to finish. You're telling me, even though you cannot name anything that Donald Trump has ever done to help you, you support him as president because you didn't like Obama.
You asked how he helped my husband, and I said that he was not in office when my husband was active duty. How he helped our family the first term was that I was an independent contractor. And because of the things he put into place at that time, my income helped our family.
What did he put into place at that time that helped your income?
And that is why we voted for him this time.
Okay.
And I've been very clear with you.
So what did
If you
Donald
let me
Trump do in
please
his
finish,
first term that increased your
if you
income?
let me finish, because I literally said this at the get-go, that I have not seen evidence in this term of him being helpful, unfortunately. I've literally said that at the get-go, that I've been very disappointed this term. I was very hopeful because of how things improved the first time, and it's very sad that they have not improved this time. So I'm giving you an honest feedback.
Okay. So I just want to be clear, right? You told us that you voted for Trump and you support him today because in his
My
first
husband and
term,
my son, because
he
I'm a
did
felon, I
things
can't vote.
you support Trump because in his first term, he did things that increase your income. What did Donald Trump do in his
Absolutely.
first term that increase your income?
The things that he implemented boosted our economy,
Like
and
what
my
things?
independent contractor pay went up.
What
I
things?
went from making
Be
I went
specific.
from
What
making
things?
$70,000 to making over $1 million a year.
What
So
things did
yes,
he implement that helped you?
I didn't Google it to see every single thing he
Okay,
did.
so you're telling us
my
that because
pay
it happened,
increased when he was in
are
office.
you telling us that because it happened under his presidency, he caused it?
I know that the things he put into place made a difference in my pay.
Okay.
And then when he was out of office, it went
So
down again.
Are you arguing that you know the things that he put in place increase your pay because your pay was increased while he was president?
I did not receive an increase in my pay as far as a raise per se because I'm an independent contractor. However, my work, because of the economy being boosted, increased because people had more funds available because everyone benefited when he was in office the first time.
Man.
Everyone benefited.
Faith,
and that's why we all voted for him again.
Faith, with a
That's
yes,
why he won
with
the
a yes or
popular
no,
vote and the electoral
I'm just
vote.
trying to
He
drill
won the
it.
popular vote and the electoral
I'm just
vote.
trying
Why
to
don't
drill
you
it.
guys want to admit
I'm just trying to drill
it's
it
not
down
just
here,
my
Faith.
opinion.
Faith.
He won the popular vote and the electoral vote. Every single way he needed to win, he won.
So is your
The
argument?
fact that you guys are not happy with him, I'm not saying I'm happy with him either, but he won. Period. Fair and square.
Are you telling us
Fair and square.
Are you telling us that you know his economic policy in his first term helped you because you were better off and he was president?
That's one way to put it. I would say that that's a fair way of stating it.
Okay. So that is a logical fallacy. It is fallacious to assume that whatever happens in the American economy is necessarily caused by the president.
It takes at least 2 years.
But one moment. But if we assume that your reasoning
Yes,
here
I
is
am
correct. No, you cannot say anything, Faith. Let me finish. No, you can't cannot say anything. I want you to let me
I
finish.
actually can. So if you don't want to let me have a
Faith,
voice,
I'm going to mute you if you don't let me
Thanks for not
finish.
letting me have a voice.
I will let you have a voice once I'm done speaking. And she left too. What is going on with a guest today? Why is everybody acting like an immature toddler? What is in the air that is causing these 30 and 40-year-old American adults to act four? It's been every guest today. Every guest today has rage quit simply because I have asked them to let me finish speaking. Oh my goodness. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Listen, guys, there is over 20,000 people watching the stream live right now. We got near 4K people on YouTube, 17K people on TikTok. If you're a Trump supporter and you're trying to join the stream, I swear to God, if you act as the guests have been all day, you are hurting your own movement because you're just showing us how miserable, sensitive, and unintelligent Trump supporters truly are. What's up, Gusto? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
All right. Let me thank a couple people here before we hop into the debate. Emma, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. Let's get 200 Emmas down below. Emma says, if we know someone hurt by an undocumented immigrant, that we would learn to hate all undocumented immigrants. Well, almost every mass shooting has been done by a white man, but he ain't saying shit about that. Wonder. That's about a guess a long time ago, and that's actually a fair response to his point. Let me go ahead and thank a handful of others. If you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio, everyone. I'd also like to quickly thank Amanda for the $10 saying, happy late birthday. You don't look as rough as I expected today. I'm feeling okay. As well as April with a 10 saying this guest is lying. Oh yeah, the last guest was totally lying. Then Amanda with another 10. Thank you so much for the love. And then Richard, hey, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Let's get 500 Richard W's. That is so kind of you, man. Thank you so much for your kindness and the love. Richard with the 50 big one says, I'm a black professional. It's heartbreaking to see the far-right Twitter sphere talk about black communities as if there's issues that are inherent, ignoring underlying factors. I appreciate you shutting down that clown instead of feeding the narrative. Much love and happy belated birthday. Richard, I'm very happy to have you here. Thank you so much for the love, man, as well as the kind message. And I apologize that you had to listen to that guy yap about his racism. Thank you for the $50 once again. As well as Rachel with another $10 saying you and Adam Scott can't finish that. But thank you so much for the love, Rachel. Okay. All right. Take it away, man. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say from an economic perspective, definitely not so much a character perspective. That's kind of my take on it.
So you support him because of his policy. So what Trump policy are you a fan of?
The tariffs.
Ooh, okay.
Kind of cutting federal jobs. There's a lot of waste in the federal government. I know a lot of federal workers that don't work all day.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Do you agree with American excellence? Do you think it is important for us to be the best country on the face of planet Earth?
Hit or miss. I mean, it's definitely a great thing to have because you can also, being the greatest, you can provide a lot to other countries and people.
Right. So would you say that you really care about American innovation?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right. Well, then you shouldn't support the tariffs because what breeds innovation? Competition. And what do tariffs limit or prevent in the American market? More competition by isolating to only goods produced by American companies and blocking out goods produced by non-American companies. So because the tariffs cause less competition in the American market, and competition is what breeds innovation, well, then we'll have less innovation. And if you care about American innovation and tariffs will cause us to have less innovation, then you shouldn't support the tariffs.
I mean, that's a great point, but looking at the current status and financial status of our government, where we're $37 trillion in debt.
38?
38, approaching 38. Really, none of the stuff you say matters as far as being able to provide free health care, food stamps, help to people.
Did you know that Donald Trump increased that number by $4.5 trillion not even 100 days ago, the big, beautiful bill? Why aren't you talking about that if you care about the national debt?
I was going to say, I mean, he started off great, cutting federal jobs, tariffs, bringing more money to the economy. But so far with the big, beautiful bill, it's kind of gone more towards downhill.
Okay,
but
so
I'm
overall, if
hoping
you think that his policy is bad, then you wouldn't support him as president.
he's done more as far as cutting the deficit than anyone has tried in the past. I'm not saying that he's done the best job. He's definitely maybe 1 point above what a Democrat might be, just barely.
If Kamala Harris was president right now, our debt would be lower because although he did run on Doge, which so far is like cut, I don't know, like $100 billion, his policy is just absorbently more expensive than the amount of money he's cut. So he'll put us like $100 billion in the green by cutting $100 billion of spending, but then he'll put us $4.5 trillion in the red by signing the big, beautiful bill into law. He'll put us $100 billion in the green by cutting that spending, but then he'll put us like $2 trillion into debt over the next 10 years by funding mass deportation, increasing expenditure on ICE, etc. He'll put us $100 billion in the green, but then put us, $1.1 trillion through $1.7 trillion worth of GDP growth per year in the red by funding and fueling a mass deportation, removing 8.3 million of our laborers and 11 million of our consumers. So it's important to have a little bit more of a nuanced picture of consideration of everything that the Trump administration is doing, because we can't just isolate for the money that he's cut. We also have to look at the broad picture of, well, what is the economic slowdown his policy has caused, and what money is his policy spending? And all things considered, he is putting our economy significantly further in the red than Kamala Harris would be right now if she won the election in November.
I mean, I beg to differ. I would say her policies, do you think she would have been more, and it's not socialism, but she would have had more programs to help people, like healthcare? What are our biggest expenses?
She definitely would have cut healthcare. And by the way, that $4.5 trillion that the big beautiful bill is putting us in the red accounts for the expenditure that he's cutting off of Medicaid. Okay, so if he didn't cut $900 billion off of Medicaid, it would have just simply been $5.4 trillion worth of debt-related spending instead of $4.5 trillion worth of debt-related spending. And then additionally here, you're telling us that you don't think that if Kamala Harris was elected, our overall government expenditure would be lower. What's the base for your claim? Because according to the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, which is run by Republicans, Donald Trump's policy was and still is projected to cost 4 to 5 times more over his 4 years of his second term compared to what Kamala Harris would have spent if she won. And it's not like this is a new trend. The Biden-Harris administration in the last 4 years spent $4.5 trillion. Meanwhile, Trump in his first term spent $8.6 trillion, according to the CRBF. Okay?
Well,
so when we look at these committees, either they're nonpartisan or run by Republicans, or we just use our brains and look at history, comparing how much he spent in his first term to Biden and Harris in their term. At the end of the day, we yield the same conclusion, regardless of what our source is. He is a big spender, and he is slowing our economy down and spending a shit ton of our money on things that only hurt us.
I think you got to ignore his first term. I mean, that was during COVID times. They had to spend a ton of money to get the economy back running. Sure. I mean, all the small business loans.
If you ignore all COVID expenditure, he spent $4.8 trillion in his first 4 years, and Biden and Harris spent $2.2. He still spent over twice as much as Biden and Harris if we ignore COVID-related expenditure.
Historically, I've always voted Republican, but if next term, if there's a Democrat that wants to reduce spending, my big thing
sir,
is...
you're not responding to any of my points. I'm interrupting you because you're not responding to any of my points. Can you please repeat the last 5 points that I gave you? One of the points that I gave you. I feel like I'm talking to a wall here. You're telling me that you think Donald Trump is good for spending. I'm responding to you and telling you how and why you're wrong with every single way possible, and you're not considering and you're not addressing anything that I'm saying. So please consider and address my points.
Yeah, you mentioned he's going to increase spending more than her initial plan would have, which I've seen, I think, the projections, I think it was $10 trillion over his 5 years or something, or 10 years. But initially, the reason I voted for him and still support him is what he's done. I mean, you can't really say what she hasn't had an opportunity to show what she would have spent. You can go off her initial plans off the start of the election. Every president wants to look good, because spending money helps the economy, creates jobs.
In a sentence or less, why do you support him as president?
For his economic policies.
Economic policies, which ones?
The tariffs.
Okay, and why do you support
cutting federal jobs?
Okay, and why do you support his tariffs?
One, it's bringing manufacturing back to our economy.
No, not true. We actually see that investment in American manufacturing has gone down.
I actually produce overseas. I work with a lot of suppliers in Alibaba and China, and I've seen the impact it's had on their economy. And a lot of the tariffs do get paid by their government. They subsidize.
Whoa!
Those tariffs.
You're not responding to what I just said. You said that you support the tariffs because they're getting more manufacturing back in America. I want you to specifically address my response. You're wrong, and my evidence is that according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, investment into American manufacturing has slowed down and gone down for the first time in years since Donald Trump got inaugurated and implemented his tariffs.
Yeah, I mean, I can give a reason for that. You had a ton of government spending before. That spending has trickled down. The
spending
Federal
has gone
Reserve
up.
is not printing a ton of money right now.
Quarterly federal spending.
Interest rates are higher. Interest rates are higher.
No, interest rates are lower. Interest rates are lower today than they were a year ago. Also wrong.
The government printers turned off. They're not printing any more money. They printed over a third of the budget, a third of the dollars in circulation in the past 5 years.
Well, we're not talking about public expenditure on American manufacturing from the American government through subsidies. We're talking about private, real investment into American manufacturing collected from companies overseas.
That money flows into private companies. That's how the economy works.
Through subsidies to American companies. You're talking about non-American manufacturers moving their facilities in America.
I mean, most of the companies that are manufacturing are based in here, but they do their manufacturing in foreign countries.
So then so I'm just confused on what your argument is.
You're saying that people bringing back manufacturing to the U.S. has actually slowed down.
It is.
And I'm saying it's due to increased interest rates, less money printing by the government, which means there's less money flowing down to these businesses. They don't have as much money.
Wait. There's significantly more money printing today than there was even a year ago. I want you to go on Google. I want you to type in Fred M2 money supply. You'll see that the M2 money supply has been consistently going up month by month. So you're wrong.
They just started printing more money last month.
No, it's been going up every single month since he got into office. So M2 money supply has been going up. So you're wrong. And then to your first point, saying that interest rates are higher. Interest rates are lower today than they were a year ago because the Federal Reserve cut them in September and November of last year. So you're also wrong. Both of your
Are you
reasons
able to
are
pull up
wrong.
charts on here? Because what I just pulled up, that's incorrect. It's gone down.
Okay. Do you need me to show you?
It peaked at 21,750 in April 2022. It's been going down till February about 2024 to 208060.
Okay.
And now it's starting to go back up now.
I will happily show you, just so nobody's
I have
confused.
it pulled up
and
on
we
my
know that
screen
you're
right
wrong.
now.
Don't worry. I'll pull it up on the stream.
I'm in finance. I study this every day.
Okay. Well, I don't know how you study this every day, how you're so fucking wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. I'm looking at the chart right now.
Okay. I don't know why you're lying. I'm going to show the
How am
chart
I
on
lying?
screen. I'll show you.
Hold on screen.
Bam. Fred. M2 money supply. This tracks
look at it.
Month by month.
Peaked.
So you'll see that in July of 2025, it's at 22,000. And you see that dip down there? That was
they just started printing again.
That was in 2023. Oh,
2023, yeah.
Oh,
May 2023.
Oh, yeah, that was in 2023. And my claim was it's been going up since Donald Trump's inauguration.
Hey,
so
how
about,
long does it take? How long
wait,
does it
wait,
take
wait,
that money to flow through the market?
wait.
How long?
So no, because you made the claim that it's been going down since Donald Trump's inauguration. So how about we just do a very quick side-by-side contrast of the M2 money supply in January of this year towards the M2 money supply in July of this year. So on the left here, we'll see that the M2 money supply in January of this year is at 21,511, and we'll see that the M2 money supply in July of this year is at 22,115. I want you to look at these numbers and tell me which one is higher. Which number is higher, 22,115 or 21,511? Which one?
July, but you have to give the reasoning behind that. How long does the money take to flow through the market?
Wait. So now you're trying to shift the goalpost. Now you're trying to shift the goalpost because now you're telling me that we got to give reasoning behind that. Well, you're the one that rejected that this was true in the first place by arguing that the money supply was lower today than it is when Donald Trump was inaugurated.
There's reasoning behind everything. You can't just look at something at face value. You have to look at the facts behind it.
We can look at this in face value to specifically prove that your claim was wrong when you suggested that the M2 money supply was lower today than it was when Donald Trump was inaugurated. The only facts that we need to know in order to prove that claim wrong would be what? What the M2 money supply is now and what the M2 money supply was in January. And we just see which one is higher.
Money doesn't instantly flow through markets. That's not how it works.
Okay, this is
and
the
I
production
think you know
of the
that.
M2.
I think you know that. It's the same thing with real estate. Real estate prices take years to fall or go up or go down, depending on what happened.
Okay.
2008 happened. They fell for another 2 years after that.
Okay.
Same thing. You print a bunch of money beforehand.
Wait. So now
Yeah,
you're trying to make a sophist argument by attempting to posit that we will not immediately see the impact of this, and we could expect the M2 money supply to continue to gradually increase. Okay, this is just an explanation on why you were wrong when you told us that it was lower today than it was in January.
That's no explanation.
That is. You're
reason why
you're giving
Jerome
a
Powell
possible.
waits to cut interest
Listen,
rates.
you're
They're waiting
giving
for data.
You're giving a possible explanation on why you were wrong when you said it was lower today than it was 6 months ago. And your possible explanation insofar as why you were wrong is that apparently it's going to take time or something. Okay, well, obviously not enough time has passed to see a reduction in the supply, which is just yet another reason why you're wrong.
It takes time for money to flow through markets. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a reason why your claim was wrong when you said it was lower today than it was in January.
That's not why it's lower. I'm not saying that's why it's lower.
That
chart follows real-time data.
So that's your reason why it's not lower, right?
The chart is real-time data.
You're not answering my question. Was that the reason why it's not lower?
What's not lower? The money supply?
Yeah.
For what reason? Rephrase your question, please. I missed whatever you were talking about.
So you're trying to argue that the reason the M2 money supply is higher today than it was 6 months ago was because yada, 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 spam words. Apparently it takes time to go and impact. And
No, that's not how the chart you're looking at follows a real printing. So they have printed more money today.
Weren't you the one that said that they've printed less money today?
As of the past month, they've started printing a lot more because the economy is not doing well.
You could actually zoom in and see that this has been an increase month by month.
Well, yeah, where'd the dip bottom out? Go back to the.
I already
scroll
told you
back a little
2023, but 2023 doesn't matter because you're the
It
one that made
started
the
in
claim.
2023.
You're the one that made the
Where'd the
claim.
bottom out finish?
Bro, did you make the claim that they're printing less money today than they were a year ago?
As of as of recently, actually, yes, they are.
Okay.
Look at the chart.
Okay. So in order to see if they're printing less money today than they were a year ago, we'd have to look at how much money they were printing in July of 2025, and we'd have to compare that to the amount of money that they're printing in July of 2024, correct? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the number for July of 2025 is higher than the number for July of 2024, you're wrong, right?
Yeah, I misspoke earlier.
Okay.
But it takes
So
time for money to
look
flip
at
in
this.
markets.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Hey, my friend. Woo! Guess what? You're wrong.
I can admit I'm wrong. No problem. But can you
Great.
admit that it takes time for money to flow through markets?
So now that
Can you
you've
agree with
admitted that you're wrong after me showing you data on the screen for 10 minutes, causing 3,000 people to leave, I'm going to move on to the next guest. We got Timothy Long 258 joining us, guys. Holy shit. What is going on today? Is it me, or is there like something in the air that is making these guests significantly more insufferable than usual? As well as Joshua. Thank you so much for the $100 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Joshua. That is incredibly kind of you. I want everybody watching to show some love to Joshua down below in that comment section. Thank you so much. Let's get 1,000 Joshua W's down below. That is so incredibly kind of you. That is so generous of you. Joshua with $100 says, Dean, happy belated birthday, my friend. Been watching for a year now. You're one of the GOATs. And just saying, you could definitely be way meaner to them. Most of them prove it in the first live that they don't deserve your cordiality. I try to be kind. I try to the best of my ability. It opens their minds more. It allows the information I provide to be better received, but unfortunately, it's still not received by so many of them. But Joshua, just know that I really appreciate you for the $100, man. Everybody watching, let's show some love to Joshua. I'd also like to thank Annie for the 50 and Camp for the 50. Let's get 500 Annie W's and 500 Camp W's. Holy shit, you guys. Camp says, keep doing the good work. And then Annie says, quote unquote, liberal holes in my hubby's parachute, end quote, sounds like a MAGA country song. Happy belated birthday. Thank you, Annie, and thank you, Camp. That is so kind of you both. Thank you both so much for the love. What's going on, Timothy? Are you MAGA? All right, it doesn't look like Timothy is here with us, so we're going to move on. Seriously, Joshua, Annie, and Camp, you guys are so kind. Thank you so much. Go ahead and show some love to them down below in that chat while we're trying to get that next Trump supporter up here on the live. We're going to get Rob Golfs connected. While we're getting Rob Golfs connected, Libby with the $10 saying that he said that the printer shut down. Yep. And then Phantom with the $10 saying it's more than a sophist argument. It's flaccid. Thank you for the love. All right. What's going on, Rob Golf? Do you support Trump?
I guess for the sake of this question, I have yes.
All right. Unfortunately, my friend Rob Golf, we are not doing devil's advocate here. And then also Hannah, thank you for the Thank you for the $25 on Venmo 16 minutes ago. Let's show some love to Hannah down below. And it says it's been a pretty shit day, but thank you for making it better, Dean. Also, what brand is your anxiety pin? I forget the brand, but whichever one was lavender or caramel. Thank you for the $25, Hannah. And then Ducky with the 20. Thank you so much for the love, Ducky. Ducky says, want to talk about wasting money? Alligator Alcatraz has cost Florida over $218 million, and now they have to dismantle it. Yup. Thank you for the $20, Ducky. As well as Ducky with another 10. I think that my mods got him. And then Christy with a 5. Thank you so much. Hey, welcome back. I know it all. I put you on timeout there for around 30 minutes because you weren't answering any questions.
Yeah, I actually have another question for you.
Well, I actually have a question for you this time. The only way that you're going to stay on this live is
how do I still support Trump?
No. The question that I have for you is, do you value the Constitution?
Oh, absolutely, above all others.
If you value the Constitution above all else, how come you support Donald Trump as president knowing that on day one, he signed Executive Order number 14160 into law, which illegally violated the constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants by attempting to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil?
So, all right, let me ask you this question. Is there any court case laws where people from other countries come to the U.S., have children, and those children are guaranteed birthright citizenship?
Are you asking if there's like any like prior SCOTUS case law to demonstrate that undocumented immigrants have protections under the 14th? Yes, Plier veto.
No. I'm asking specifically people that come here, right? Say they're like people from other countries, representatives from other country. And the case specifically I'm talking about is somebody a representative of another country that had all their children here because they were living in the U.S. But under that court ruling, right, under talking about birthright citizenship, that person and their children were not guaranteed, and this is a court ruling, you can look it up later, that these people were not considered U.S. citizenship and therefore did not have U.S. They didn't have birthright citizenship because they weren't. They were still adhering to the laws of their country, even though they lived here.
Oh,
there's actual court case.
Were the parents?
I'm not even making this up.
Were the parents foreign diplomats?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, the court case.
So what's the difference between a foreign diplomat and somebody else that's an illegal immigrant?
Yeah, actually, this is a good point. So in 1887, we had the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark SCOTUS case. And that was when they attempted to take birthright citizenship away from an immigrant born to non-citizen parents. And the SCOTUS set forth particular boundaries for who had birthright citizenship under the 14th and who didn't. And the way that they managed that was not by explicitly detailing who does, but rather by specifically detailing who doesn't. So in the Wong Kim Ark case, SCOTUS ruled that there are three groups of people who are not subject to birthright citizenship. The first group is foreign invading military forces. The second group is foreign diplomats because U.S. law doesn't apply to them. And then the third group is indigenous Americans, but later that was fixed through U.S. law.
No, stop.
Now,
Stop.
I'm going to mute you. So, yeah. So the reason why foreign diplomats and their children born on American soil are not subject to birthright citizenship is because the 14th Amendment is clear. In order to be subject to birthright citizenship, you have to, one, be a person born in this country, and two, your parents have to be subject to U.S. law. But foreign diplomats, definitionally speaking, are not subject to U.S. law because they're diplomats, meaning that their children do not have access to citizenship if they're born on American soil. But the question that you asked me was, well, what's the difference between a foreign diplomat and an undocumented immigrant? Well, the difference is self-defining. Diplomats have diplomatic immunity, meaning they're not subject to American law. Undocumented immigrants do not have diplomatic immunity, meaning they are subject to U.S. law, meaning they are subject to protections under the 14th Amendment. I'm happy I could clear that up for you, my friend. Go ahead.
So you actually got that totally wrong, right? So U.S. diplomats are subject to our laws. If they come here and they commit a crime, they are subject to our laws. If they come over here, right, and they have an illegal possession of illegal drugs, do they not get arrested?
Okay, I'm not sure that you could say that. And there's a scope of diplomatic immunity.
Illegal drugs, are they? Would they get arrested?
Can you spell that out? D-R-U-G-S?
D-R-U-G-S, drugs.
Yeah, so I think that diplomatic immunity would apply in a scenario of D-R-U-G-S.
Okay, so with what you just said, right? Trump's basically going after the fact that these people that come into this country, right, they are held to the laws of their country, right? Oh. Even though they're not diplomats, they're still held to the laws of their birth country.
No, they're held to the laws of our country.
I want to get to, we're not going to get nowhere on that, but
we can. No, we absolutely can get somewhere.
No, Dean.
I have a very compelling argument that undocumented immigrants are held to the laws of America.
I don't know what you're talking about because it's still a Supreme Court issue, Dean. We're not.
I'm going to give you a very compelling argument that undocumented immigrants are held to U.S. law. My very compelling argument that undocumented immigrants are held to U.S. law is that it's legal to deport them. They're held to 8 USC code 3165. Oh!
All right, well, Dean, you sitting here and giving your opinion on this matter when it still has to go to the Supreme Court really doesn't do anything.
Right? So now you're saying that SCOTUS has to rule that they're like subject to the jurisdiction of America.
No, what I'm saying is you're trying to make it seem like it's already law, right?
It is already
law. It's not. Okay. No,
what did Plyer v. Doe rule? No, what did Plyer v. Doe rule in the 80s?
Are you talking about the case we were just talking about?
No, what did Plyer v. Doe rule in the 80s? Do you even know what Plyer v. Doe is?
No, I have to look that up.
So Plyer v. Doe is a court case where undocumented immigrants sued the state because their children were not getting free education K through 12. And then SCOTUS inevitably ruled that that was a violation of their 14th Amendment rights to equal protections. However, in doing so, they ruled that undocumented immigrants are subject to U.S. law because, similar to the birthright clause of the 14th Amendment, the equal protections clause also only applies to those in which are subject to the jurisdiction thereof. In other words, the Plyer v. Doe case ruled that undocumented immigrants immigrants are subject to the jurisdiction thereof, qualifying them not only for equal protections under the 14th, but also for birthright citizenship. Boom.
Okay, so
Get pushed.
I mean, that's whatever. But since you've asked me a bunch of questions, so why don't you support Trump?
Don't pivot now. I just gave you a very compelling case that
I'm
executive
just
order
asking,
number
we're not gonna
14160
get
was
anywhere on
illegal.
that. I'm just asking you a question.
We're not going to get anywhere to that because you fail to recognize reality when it's standing right in front of your fucking face, you cult member.
Dude, I didn't know I was gonna get you to rage that bad.
I guess you could say I'm mad. I'd personally say I am just a strong soldier of the truth.
You need to hit that skin-flavored anxiety pin of yours and calm down.
Well, I'll definitely hit my anxiety pin if you could respond to the argument that I gave you.
Parker-flavored anxiety pen you got.
Well,
is that what you want? You want to go back and forth with insults, Dean? Is that what you want?
So after me successfully debunking you and proving you to be the cult member you are, you say, ha ha, here's a weird sexual innuendo about your anxiety pin tasting like Parker's skin. No, I mean, you're weird.
Okay, can I ask you a question now?
No, I want you to respond to the argument I gave you.
Okay, Dean, I'll sit here and I'll secede because I'm not going to get anywhere with you.
Okay, well, I mean, if you concede on the fact that Donald Trump, wait 1 moment. If you concede on the fact that Donald Trump attempted to illegally violate the Constitution in a circumvention of Congress's ability to change it and a circumvention of SCOTUS's ability to interpret it, well, then this just goes back to the very first point where you told me that you value the Constitution more than all else. Well, if you value the Constitution of all else, and you agree now that it is true that Donald Trump has belligerently, illegally violated the Constitution, how could you possibly support Trump?
How could you possibly support Biden when he sat there and he actually got the OSHA mandate to actually tell people that they had to be vaccinated in a certain amount of people in a work environment when that's a violation of my bodily autonomy? How could you support him doing that?
Nice pivot.
Okay, but not only that, but you sit here, talk about Trump.
We don't do pivots. We don't do pivots, my friend.
No. I've been wanting to ask you this, and you know I'm going to get you on this.
Well, I'm not going to allow you to pivot.
If you're not scared, don't run. If you're not scared, don't run.
Well, I mean, I'd like to make clear that my feet are firm in the ground of arguing on the original point that I gave you to demonstrate that your support for Trump is misled and contradictory to other values of yours, such as your support for the Constitution over all else. My feet are firm in the ground, sir. You are the one that is running away. Okay? And just because I'm unwilling to disallow my feet from being firm in the ground on this point, doesn't mean that I'm running. Right? You can't literally shift the goalposts and then say, I'm the one moving away from it. You're the one moving away from me.
Okay. Can I talk now?
You could respond to the argument that I gave you following your concession about how Donald Trump is a wannabe dictator that has been belligerently violating the Constitution, given your first statement was that you support the Constitution above all else.
Okay. So with you sitting here saying that, knowing that you voted for Biden, you obviously are hypocritical and you're very, you're not being genuinely honest about it, because I gave you an example of him abusing his executive power and actually violating the constitutional rights of people's bodily autonomy to choose what they put in their body. And for that example, you actually lost that point yourself, right? So we're both wrong. How about we move on? So next thing that we can move on.
So actually, vaccine mandates for jobs, vaccine mandates for, like, let's see here, schools are not unconstitutional.
Not talking about schools, talking about OSHA.
Yeah, but once again, we'll talk about that once you respond to my point on Trump. This is your last opportunity to do so. If you have an inability to do so, I'm going to go ahead and kick you.
I thought you'd be more intellectually honest, man. I'm not going to lie.
Intellectual honesty is going point by point and not allowing a bad faith interlocutor such as yourself to attempt to dilute these points by pivoting when you are gotten.
I mean, dude, you keep muting me, and then not only that, but like if I don't sit here and, start clapping cheeks, you get mad. So calm down, dude.
Well, I mean, I'm actually like relatively calm right now. I'm just simply asking you to not attempt to pivot and deflect when you lose, but to rather address that fact head on.
Okay, so the fact that you sit here and you're so enraged by Donald Trump's past, and then not only that, but you tell people, like, how could you vote for a rapist? How could you vote for all this other stuff? Well, how could you vote for Joe Biden in the 2020 election when he was for segregation and busing?
Okay, all right. Another pivot, man. Do I need to repeat it?
I'm asking you a
I'm not going to allow you to pivot.
No, I'm just...
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
you
My friend, your question is a pivot. like, dude, it's like, I swear to God, think of me as like an analog input computer. If you input something other than a response to my point, I'm going to tell you that you are pivoting, and I'm not going to respond to it until you input a response to my point. It's very crystal clear,
but
right?
I'm just using your own logic.
The confine of the debate is clear here, right? Now, we could talk about how you think Biden violated the Constitution. We could talk about how you think that Biden was ultra racist. After you respond to the clear point where you told us that you truly value the Constitution and you agree that Donald Trump has infringed upon it, yet you somehow support Trump. Okay? All right? And like, I'll be frank here. You know, like, if these points on Biden were relevant insofar as how you could still support Trump even though he's against the Constitution, then they wouldn't be a pivot. But they're not even relevant, as the other option wasn't Biden, it was Harris. You know? Like if Biden ran against Trump in the general election, then a fair response to my argument that Donald Trump is against the Constitution would truly be that Biden is more against the Constitution, therefore Trump was the lesser of two evils. Now that would be a legitimate counter argument, and your claim here would not be a pivot. But he ran against Harris. So your goal here would be to demonstrate that who he ran against, who was Kamala Harris, was more against the Constitution in order to have a cogent, reasonable counter argument to my argument saying that he was belligerently against the Constitution.
Okay, well, I have one for Kamala too. When she withheld evidence that would get a free man out of prison, right? Knowing that that man actually didn't commit the crime, knowing that they had to actually force her to release the documents that would set an innocent man free.
What was his name?
That was violating his constitutional rights.
What was his name?
Is one person's constitutional rights more important than millions, or is everybody's constitutional rights equally important, Dean?
What is his name?
I don't have to say his name. Did it happen? Are you just refusing to answer that it happened?
So now the reason that I think it would be important for you to share his name with us is just to ensure that the information that you're giving us is accurate.
Respectfully, Dean, can I just say one thing?
Well, I mean, I'll just tell you his name. His name was Kevin Cooper. So Kevin Cooper was on death row. You're right. And Kamala Harris was the prosecutor that put him on death row. You're right. Because he was found to be guilty of multiple counts of murder. Okay? Now, after Kevin Cooper was found to be guilty in a court by a jury and a judge because of Kamala Harris's prosecution, he then later attempted to appeal. Now, when the prosecutor, Kamala Harris, got word of Kevin Cooper's attempt to appeal, she went to the judge and she said, "Don't do it. You would be wasting the state's resources. He is guilty, guilty, guilty. We got him. There is no sufficient reason to justify the exploration of an appeal." Now, the judge inevitably disagreed with Kamala Harris, allowed the appeal to continue. But then guess what? The appeal was rejected. And he is still alive on death row today. So Kamala Harris was right, and you are wrong.
Okay, so now can I talk or
respond to that? Look it up. Go to Google. Type in, "Is Kevin Cooper still on death row?" It'll say yeah.
Okay, so even though that the judge said something, right? Who runs the courtroom? Kamala Harris or the judge?
The judge.
Okay, so did she disobey the judge's order?
No, she didn't disobey the judge's order. She argued to the judge that the judge shouldn't hear the appeal. The judge told her that she didn't have that the judge would hear the appeal, and the judge did hear the appeal, and the judge rejected the appeal.
Okay, but still, like, the fact that she was sitting there trying to hide information, right?
No, she wasn't concealing evidence. She just said that they had no evidence to justify the appeal, and ultimately she was right because the appeal was rejected. And the new evidence just proved his guilt a second time, by the way.
No,
it was DNA. It was DNA. They said that they found new DNA on the crime scene that would link somebody other than Kevin Cooper to the murders. Then, like, Kamala Harris was like, "Dude, that's just Kevin Cooper's DNA." It's not new DNA, it's his. Like this, there's no sufficient reason to justify the appeal here. It'd just be a waste of state resources. It'd be a waste of your time, Judge. And that's what she argued. So the judge wouldn't hear the appeal, right? Because she knew it was a waste of time. That was his DNA and he was guilty. Judge disagreed. The judge heard the appeal. And it was Kevin Cooper's DNA. So the judge rejected the appeal and he's still on death row. My friend, she did her job. That's the job of a prosecutor. The job of a prosecutor is to find people that do bad things and get them fucking locked up. So when she found somebody that like committed 3 counts of murder and got him locked up, when he then tried to waste more state resources by being like, no, but I'm innocent and I should appeal. Of course you'd be like, no, he's fucking guilty. You shouldn't hear his appeal. It's baseless. Judge disagreed. She said, okay, that's your right. Go ahead. Judge opened up the appeal. Kevin Cooper was still guilty, found guilty a second time, put on death row again.
All right, you're going to let me talk?
Yeah,
you're gonna
respond to that.
All right, so first off, you're wrong about that. She didn't do her job as a state prosecutor because not only did she sit there and not allow new evidence to go forward, right? She did hide the evidence. Not only did she sit there and she not let the not want to let the appeal go forward, right? But she did hide evidence, right? She was sitting there hiding the evidence. That's what Tulsi Gabbard called her out in the first place for. But not only that, but she did not let the people who in the Democratic Party, she didn't even let them get to vote, right? In the last election for the primary.
Okay. So your response to like my description on how Kevin Cooper
And not
was just
only
found
that,
guilty
but, like, if
again
you
through
look
that
at-
appeal was
if you
that
look
she
at-
hid evidence. How did she hide evidence?
Are you going to keep muting me or are you going to let me talk? Like, you don't have to keep muting me. I'll just stop talking when you talk. You love that mute button.
I just want you to respond. How did she hide Kevin Cooper's evidence?
I wasn't talking about Kevin Cooper exactly.
This is the person that you're talking about. If you're not talking about
No,
Kevin
no.
Cooper, then who
Okay,
was it?
is that the only person she prosecuted on death row?
This was the only individual that she
Is
attempted
this
to prevent
was
an
the
appeal
only?
from. Yes,
no,
this,
she didn't.
This is the only individual that she's
This is not
attempted
the
to
only
prevent
person
an
that
appeal
she-
from on death row. Yeah.
From death row. Okay, did I say appeal or did I say hide evidence?
You said
Which one
hide
did I
evidence
say?
in an appeal.
Okay, no, I didn't. You
Okay.
said appeal. You brought that case up.
Okay, so she hid evidence from somebody that's just
Yes.
newly being put on
Yes,
death
she
row.
did.
So then,
Okay,
they
yeah.
wouldn't be on death row. They wouldn't be on death row
You're
because
the
they
one
weren't
that
found
brought
guilty
up
yet.
death row, Dean. You're the one that brought that up. I said it would have stopped a person from getting convicted of a crime. That's what I said. I never said anything about death row.
Okay,
you're
so
the
then-
one that
so
brought
then-
that up.
So then, who are you talking about?
I forgot his name, but
Okay,
not
well then you're
only
gonna need
that-
to know that. No, because then you're just saying words. You can't just speak words into existence and think that they're true.
moment you start muting, you stop running.
if you have no fucking clue who you're talking about, if
I
you have
know-
no information
Dean, I'm
about the
not gonna
scenario,
take
no
off my
information about the
phone.
prosecution, right? You're
I
gonna need to
do.
give me that information. Tell me more about this
Okay.
case.
The fact that she sat there too, not only did she sit there and put thousands of people in jail for marijuana when she herself said she smoked weed.
Well, now I gotta kick you for saying the name of the M drug, but holy pivot, my friend, you just broke my neck. Oh my God. Dude. Yo, we are going on 2 hours strong now in these debates. And let me tell you, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling really, really good, chat. But these Trump supporters today are something else. Every single one of them. They can't debate. They can't prove shit. Oh, they're like, what about dude, they're literally just trying to like throw shit at the wall to see what sticks. Have you guys noticed that trend? The trend of the people that we debate, they pick literal human feces off of the ground, they throw it at me, and they see how fast I could clean it up. And if I clean it up really fast, then they just pick up more shit and throw it at me. If I clean that up, they pick more shit up and they throw it at me. And then before I know it, they're just slinging all this shit at me. And then I'm like, well, let's just go point by point. They're like, Dean, you're running from the shit. Meanwhile, I'm over here smelling stinky as fuck because I'm standing knee deep in manure. It's going to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue. If you support Trump, we'll happily get you loaded up onto that stream. We're going to go to get that next guest connected. We got JG Skits loading in. Shin, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much. The U.S. House Oversight Committee just broke the Epstein egg, and it's on both sides. If you're a victim, know or have info, don't call the DOJ. I'm going to look into that, Shin. Did something big just come out about Epstein? I'll have to check that out. As well as Kai, thank you for the $21, saying she did her job in an opposing appeal. The prosecution directly addressed the specific legal issues raised by the defense. Their arguments aim to show that no legal error occurred or that any error was harmless. Yup. Thank you for the $21, Kai. Show some love to Kai and show some love to Shin down below in that comment section. And I will go ahead and check out what just broke on Epstein. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you MAGA?
Well, let me just start off by saying most of the policies that he talks about, I mean, it's a hit or miss. Some things I agree with, some things I don't. I mean, I can start off with saying one of the biggest things I do agree with.
I just want to know, like, overall, do you support Trump as president?
I mean, for the most part, I'm always going to vote Republican no matter what, instead of Democrat.
Okay, so you put party over country?
I mean, if you look at the values of Republicans, for the most part, they're primarily what I align with. I think everyone should vote on what primarily they think is best for themselves. That's what I really try to go for.
Okay, so what is Donald Trump doing what you think is best for the country?
Well, for me personally, yeah, and for the most of the country. I mean, if you really think about it, for me, I want to lay out my opinions as most as I can. So what I believe in right now is, a Christianity-founded country, right? And
I want to say that.
Well, what's up? Go ahead.
That like we're a country founded on Christianity. It's a bad look for Christianity. When we were founded on an ethnic cleansing and genocide of indigenous Americans. We were founded on slavery. We were founded on the subjugation of women as second class, and the subjugation of black individuals as property. The only people that had the right to vote were white men that owned property. Like when you say that we are a country founded on Christianity, you're just giving Christianity a real bad look. Because that's not Christianity, right?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, most of the Christian values, I mean, what I've learned from Christianity, I mean, it has really good things if you really look into it. It promotes, loving one another, turning the other cheek, right? I mean,
if you want to promote Christianity as a good thing, do it. I love the idea that Christianity is a symbol of love. I love good Christians. They're my favorite. But when you say that we were founded on Christian values, and then we consider the genocide of Native Americans, the enslavement of black individuals, and the subjugation of women as second class. And you say we're founded on Christianity. Do you see what we mean here? Like what? Like, do you intertwine the values that we were founded on of the subjugation of black individuals as property and the subjugation of women as second class as Christian values?
Wait, Dean, let me jump in, buddy.
Do you see my point? Do you see my point?
Hold on. One thing at a time.
Okay.
Bro. Calm down. Jeez. Relax, bro. So first thing you said, Native Americans, right? I mean, let's be honest, bro. Before we came in and, conquered these little natives, right? The first thing, they were pretty primitive, right? They used to massacre the other natives, kill little babies, right? We came in, we
conquered the little natives. Is that the way that a true Christian talks about the ethnic cleansing of genocide of close to 100 million people?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, is that the way like a true good Christian talks about the ethnic cleansing and genocide of 100 million people?
Why'd you mute me? What the hell?
Because I wanted to make sure that my question could be inserted here. Can you answer mine? The question is that the way a true good Christian talks about the ethnic cleansing and genocide of 100 million people?
I mean, bro, this is America. It's freedom of speech, right? You can say whatever you want. I mean, whether you face repercussions for that, it's on you. I mean, you choose. You can speak however you want, but at the end of the day, I mean, this is still America. So, I mean, but as far as your question goes regarding Christian,
so you're not answering the question here.
Values, is that how a Christian acts? I mean, I guess you could argue that, right? I mean, but at the end of the day,
I mean, tell me.
Just being honest, right?
Is that truly the way? No, answer my question. Is that truly a way that a benevolent, doing what Jesus would do, good faith Christian would refer to the ethnic cleansing and genocide of 100 million people?
No, of course not. But I mean, come on, bro. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Civilizing them and stopping them from, committing atrocities.
There you go, man. There's no more. There's no more. Let's be honest after that. You just told me that's not what a good Christian would say. So now you're not just arguing against me. You're arguing against your God. Every single word that's about to come out of your mouth following your concession that's not the way a good Christian would think is not merely arguing against Dean, it's arguing against your God. Because you just affirmed that your God, the perfect, all benevolent, all knowing, all powerful creator of the universe, disagrees with this shit.
All right, listen up, bro. If I come into a civilization and these guys are murdering little kids and, you know, sacrificing them for their little rituals and what they believe in, and I'm going to civilize them, I think I'm doing a good thing. I think I'm looking and I'm going to be like, hey, you know, I'm doing God's purpose. I'm going to go ahead and civilize these kids so they don't go ahead and keep raping and murdering little babies, right?
Yeah, the white colonizers raped and murdered indigenous babies.
Bro, listen.
So you're saying, you're superimposing a shit ton of very evil and demonic suppositions of indigenous individuals, okay? And this is the first step at any train of thought or line of rhetoric relating towards the justification of genocide, okay? Think about how Nazis like to talk about Jewish individuals. Think about how, Putin likes to talk about Ukrainians. Think about how Israelis like to talk about Palestinian people. The first step is to always make them the devil. So that's what you're doing right now with the indigenous individuals. And then the next step is to suppose that there's seemingly some high level of justification for the ethnic cleansing or genocide via a prevention of evil. And, you know, the way that you're falsely imposing this line of thought is by just simply stating that, well, the indigenous individuals were killing and raping the children. Well, it's a fact of history that we know that the white colonizers would kill and rape them. It's a fact of history that we know that the white colonizers would kill and rape the children. Right, so are you saying that they were able to weed out the evil of some grape with more grape?
I mean, it's a hit or miss. I mean, to be honest, though, I mean, we really came far as a country, and we've done some atrocious things, whether it was slavery and whether it was the murders of natives, etc. But I mean, overall, I mean, look at the country how it is now. I mean,
you're not going to respond. Have you ever heard of Pocahontas before?
It's a free country.
Have you ever heard of Pocahontas before?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, I mean, she was raped by a colonizer and forced to marry one when she was 13.
Oh my God. Did you not just hear what I said? Bro, we've done bad things in the past. It is what it is. Why are you gonna try to complain and be like, oh, white people, colonizers, the pilgrims, whatever it is, why are you gonna try to complain and be like, oh,
right, exactly. So now we're on the shift of the goalpost. Because your first argument was to justify what we did, or at least to attempt to justify what we did to indigenous Americans. You get absolutely steamrolled by reality, right? It was atrocious. It was very wrong. So now that you've gotten steamrolled by reality, you're now conceding the argument that what we did was justified, to now arguing in agreement that it was wrong, but we should just forget about it. So which one is it? Is it wrong and we should forget about it? Or was it justified per your original argument?
No, I mean, like I said, we've committed to bad things in the past. Okay. It is what it is. Going back to what I said before,
so now you concede that it's wrong, but now you're adding on, oh, it is what it is, right? Well, remember when you told us that our country was founded on Christian values? Or are those bad things that we did upon the founding of this country, those good Christian values?
Bruh, this guy.
Come on, you said it. He left. He's gone. He left. We're going to move on to the next guest. Can't handle the heat. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter connected. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. Here we go, guys. We are going to go ahead and get Ryder loaded up. Remember, if we're in that queue, make sure that we're an American adult that supports Trump. Today is a wild day, folks. Erica, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Erica. Let's show some love to Erica down below for the 10. As well as Justin, thank you for the $12. Thank you so much. Justin says, vet that served under both parties, never got shitty supplies based on party affiliation. Surely that happened to the lady's husband, though. Yeah, apparently. Thank you for the $12, Justin. And then Ducky with another 10. Thank you so much for letting me know. I really appreciate that. Show some love to Ducky. As well as Brooke with the $4 on PayPal saying, hey, Dean, thank you for keeping bigots in check with their colonizer mindset. Appreciate you for the love. Lily with a $15, just saying I didn't want to give a specific message today. Just wanted to give this to you. Thank you for the love. As well as Jay. Oh my goodness, Jay. Thank you so very much for the $125 donation over on PayPal. That is so kind of you. Thank you, Jay. Let's get 1,000 JWs. Thank you so much. Jay with a $125 donation says, this is just for the hell of it. An after birthday bucket of love, dude. By the way, apologize for using PayPal. I cannot use Venmo and I refuse to use YouTube. It's okay, Jay. Yeah, my PayPal account is still like kind of in limbo. I still don't have access. Like I can't withdraw any of it. And hopefully I'll inevitably get that access back. I'm working with PayPal. I got another email this morning saying that they're even closer to getting my account like fully unsuspended. I'm just really hoping that at the end of the day, that is what happens. They told me it is. I guess, we'll have to wait and see. It's supposed to be unsuspended sometime today. But let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded in, guys. Show some love to Jay down below. That is Jay. And we're going to get that next guest up here. What's up, Jacob? Do you support Trump? Okay, Jacob is not. Banned. In fact, yeah, I remember Jacob. We got them banned. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Hop in that queue of your MAGA. So right now we have 12.6 thousand people hanging out with us in the TikTok stream for the day. What if I told you guys there's only 41 people in the queue? And what if I told you out of the 41 people in the queue, I'd assume 35% are children, 35% are liberals, 15% are AFK, and maybe a handful of people are legitimate Trump supporters. Meaning that out of a crowd of over 12,000 people, there's maybe like 3 people that want to join right now that actually support Trump and are down and willing to debate. What's up, Jackson? Are you MAGA?
Sorry, I just wanted to get into the live.
Okay, so he's a part of the 35% that are children. Let's see if Trey is coming up here. See, like, guys, there's 41 people in the queue. I got to find like the 3 of them that are American adults that actually want to debate. Also, shows how scared MAGA is. All right, we got Trey loading in. Okay, Trey's not there. Guys, go ahead and put a MAGA with your age down below in that comment section if you want to come up and debate. Nicole Lee, we're going to get you up here. Nicole Lee, please only accept this invitation if you're a MAGA adult that's down to debate. In the meantime, AJ, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. AJ says, thank you for being strong and pushing for the acknowledgement of Indigenous history. Signed, in Apache. Well, thank you so much for the love, AJ. Let's get 100 AJWs down below. Once again, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of everything over there. It goes straight to me, as well as the fact that you could add a message that I could read off on live. But let's go to get that next guest connected right now, y'all. Wow, also, we nearly have 4,000 people on the YouTube stream. That's cool. For everyone on the YouTube, do you guys see how we have a new title today? We have a new title. It's a little bit more chill. I think that we're going to start switching it up a little bit. Francis, thank you for the galaxy. Okay, let's go to get this next guest, Andre, loaded in right now. Hopefully we'll be able to find the next Trump supporter literally right now. As well as McKenna, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. And I know it's not a lot. $25 is a shit ton. But happy belated birthday and thank you for advocating for women's rights and rights in general. McKenna, that is so kind of you. Thank you for your contribution and thank you for your kind words. While we're looking for this next Trump supporter, show some love to McKenna down below in that chat, everybody. Thank you so much. It is so incredibly kind of you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2006.
Did you know if you don't end up rage quitting, you'd be the first guest in 2.5 hours to not rage quit? How do you feel about that? How do you feel about the fact that every other... Wait, you said 1806? What month were you born in?
October.
Okay. How do you feel about the fact that every other Trump supporter that we've had up here today is inevitably rage quit?
I mean, yeah, that's just... that upsets me because, I mean, I'm obviously... I don't know too much about like politics. I'm not big into it, but out of everything that I have seen, I would consider myself a Trump supporter. So it upsets me that other Trump supporters would act like that.
So why do you support Trump?
I feel like his purposes align mostly with what I support. So, like, I agree with all of his immigration laws and things. I'm not very known like on the specifics, but I know that he's done that, and I'm open to like learning more. And because I know you're a really smart person.
Yeah.
I know you know a lot.
I appreciate that, man. That's very kind of you. Let's start here. Why do you think you support mass deportation?
I mean, because it's illegal to come to our country.
It is.
To come,
It's a misdemeanor.
I mean, yeah, but it's illegal, you know?
Yeah. And you think it's the fact that they committed a crime when coming into the country that would justify their removal from the country?
I mean, I think so.
Okay. Would you say it's an obligation of the state to only draft and enforce policy that makes this country better?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. So now we're shifting the paradigm away from their removal is justified in virtue of the fact that they have entered into the country the use of undocumented means to the new paradigm. Well, you could only support the removal if it were to make the country better, given that is the obligation of our state. So can you please tell me how the mass removal of all undocumented immigrants in America makes America better?
The thing is, it doesn't even necessarily have to make things better. I think it's just the fact that it's illegal, you know? Being an American, I want to live in a place that's filled with people who are following all the laws, you know? I don't want to be in a place where I'm allowing people to break the law, you know?
Okay. You allowed Donald Trump to break the law 34 times.
I mean, yeah, that is so true, and that's like part of the reason why I'm like I don't know.
Mel, thank you for the
Like,
draft.
I'm not even gonna
it's like
deny that,
think about it this way. Like, we know that mass deportation is like so incredibly harmful to the country. The American Immigration Council tells us that it will reduce our GDP by 1.1 trillion through 1.7 trillion dollars per year. We know that it'll cost $2 trillion over the next 10 years. We know that it'll increase crime rates. We know that it'll increase the total nominal amount of crime. But yet you want to remove them. Now, Donald Trump, on the other hand, he's committed crimes that are worse. He committed 34 felonies, not one misdemeanor.
Yeah,
He's also been held civilly
crazy.
liable for rape alongside a whole cohort of other things. Mel, thank you for the dinosaur. And you're telling me that if you commit a misdemeanor, we shouldn't even let you in the country, even if removing you makes our country worse. But if you've committed 34 felonies, we're going to let you not just in the country, we're going to let you run the country, even if we were to remove you to make our country better. That's very hypocritical.
Was that 34 convicted?
Yes.
I mean, that's a great point. Like, that's a great gotcha. Like I said, I don't know every detail about Maga. I just know that a lot of his abortion. I agree with his standing on that as well.
Okay, so now you want to move on to abortion. So do you think that abortion should be banned?
Yes.
Okay, why?
I think because I'm a Christian and I have very Christian beliefs, and I feel like it's something that's just not morally correct.
Okay, wait. What denomination of Christianity are you?
I go to the church I go to is it's just called a Christian church. It's
Great.
not like very specific.
Awesome, perfect. As long as you're not Catholic or Orthodox, this argument will work. Is it immoral to lie?
I mean, it depends on the situation. Like, there are
Not
definitely
according to the
times.
Bible. Ten
What
Commandments.
what verse?
Exodus 23, 10 Commandments says bearing false witness is wrong. Bearing false witness is lying.
I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, you got me.
So in accordance with the 10 Commandments, it'd be like wrong for me to tell my children that Santa Claus exists. That's a lie. Do you think that should be illegal because it's wrong?
Well, I think you also have to know the context of the Ten Commandments. The Ten Commandments arose because of people were worshiping false gods, you know. So I think that if you're bending the truth in good faith and you're just being a good sport, that it's not necessarily a sin.
Is that according to you or the Bible?
So that's really according to me, but
Okay, wait. Wait, you're a Christian though. So under the Christian worldview, who's the standard of morality? You or God?
Well, so that I'll get to your point, but
I'd
like
appreciate
my
if you just get to it
pastor
right now. Like, Who's like the standard of morality? You or God?
I mean, God is definitely like, I try and base my life off of him.
Okay, so because your God is the standard of prescriptive moral truths, and you are not, just because you think something is moral or moral, doesn't mean that it's actually moral or moral, as what is actually moral or immoral would be found via God's word. Where do we find God's word? In the Bible. Meaning the Bible is the only place that we can look towards to indicate if something is wrong or not wrong, a sin or not a sin. So other words, when you tell us that sometimes it's not a sin to lie, where in the Bible do we read that?
It's an interpretation. It's how you interpret it.
So what verse are you interpreting even to yield the conclusion that it's not always wrong to lie?
I don't have it on me, but
okay. Then our conversation won't get any further because I don't think it exists.
I mean, I'm sure you're right, but morally,
so then the conversation is dead. You can't just like superimpose moral claims on your religion. You can't do that. Like, this is an inoperable endpoint. There's nowhere to go. We are now at an inoperable endpoint. The only way for this conversation to progress is if you have justification for the things that you're saying rooted in your Bible.
I mean, can we just get back to the abortion standpoint?
Well, yeah, the abortion standpoint is that in accordance with the Christian faith, there's no clear distinction to argue that one sin is worse than any other sin. One sin is lying, meaning that there's no clear distinction in between the wrongness of lying and getting an abortion. And if you think that getting an abortion should be illegal because of how wrong it is, you'd be logically forced into saying that therefore you think that lying to your child and telling them that Santa Claus exists should be illegal because of how wrong it is in the eyes of God. But you do not yield that conclusion, meaning that you're contradicting your moral standard. And if you have a contradictory moral standard, then you can't yield any definitive claim, such as the idea that you can somehow logically support banning abortion.
Well, one of the things that God also says is to follow your wherever you're at, like the laws. So he literally says follow the laws of like your mankind, and it's not based on the laws of the United States. It's not illegal to lie.
Okay, just like it's not illegal to get an abortion in Colorado. So is abortion not wrong in Colorado?
I think just like there are misdemeanors and felonies, I think that abortion is worse than lying. Would you agree?
You have no argument for that. Give me an argument from the Bible to conclude that abortion is worse than lying.
It doesn't cover that. I mean, the Bible doesn't specifically talk about abortions.
Okay, so then you don't have an argument. If you don't have an argument from the Bible, then you don't have an argument at all, since you think the Bible is the standard of morality. I mean, it's as simple as that. When you're a Christian, you accept that morality is objective and singularly consequential, that of God. So if you are not relaying, right, truths of the moral law, singularly consequential of God, then you don't have an argument.
I mean, yeah, I completely agree with you. Like, whenever I am reading the Bible or I'm doing small group, I focus more on like the Jesus standpoint. I don't try and tie it with my political beliefs.
Well, that's what you're doing right now. You're saying that you support Donald Trump's abortion policy because of the Jesus standpoint.
Yeah.
But even in that, you don't have a coherent position.
Yeah, I know. Because that's why I said typically I'm not focused on my political views, but I'm trying to that's like I said at the beginning, I'm not the smartest when it comes to this topic, Yeah. That's why I'm open to interpretation.
Cool. Everybody in the chat is spamming 26 reposts. What is your 26th repost?
I really don't know.
Let's take a look. It's a picture of barbecue. It says this and a racist brunette. Do you think Jesus would want you to be with a racist brunette?
I don't know.
Does Jesus like racism?
Probably not.
Okay, no. So Jesus wouldn't want you to be with a racist brunette. So why would you want to be with a racist brunette?
I mean, if I'm being honest, I don't remember reposting that.
Okay, all right. Well, racism is bad, Jonah. I hope you have a good rest of your day. We're going to go and load up that next guest, Andre. Ah, man. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
Okay, great. What year were you born in?
2007.
Awesome. Let me thank a couple people real quick. Sky, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Sky W's down below. The Bible does talk about abortion in Numbers. It says an unlawful wife will drink a drink that will cause her to miscarry. Yeah, Numbers specifically allows abortions for wives that get pregnant from somebody other than their husband. Yeah. Ezekiel, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo saying happy late birthday. Thank you, man. Show some love to Ezekiel and Sky down below. Then also Libby with the $20 saying if you don't know how to prep and handle the heat, stay out of Dean's kitchen. I appreciate you for the $20, Libby. Show some love to all of our donors down below. Once again, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because I think he's better than Kamala.
Kamala. So why do you think your country would be worse off today if Harris was elected in November?
Well, I think Trump's strategic relationships, I think, would better off the safety of the entire world.
What strategic relationships?
Well, I feel like he has a better relationship with Putin.
Ooh, a better relationship with Putin. That's not certainly...
I think Trump does. Trump does have a better.
Well, okay. Think about it this way. Why does Trump have a better relationship with Putin? Is it maybe because Donald Trump is more willing to help Putin further his own goals? And if Donald Trump is more willing to let Putin further his own goals, meaning that Putin is more appreciative of him, meaning that they have a better relationship, this just goes to the conclusion, well, are Putin's goals good or bad for the globe? Right now, Putin's goals include the ethnic cleansing of another country. So is ethnic cleansing of another country good or bad for the globe? Obviously, it's bad. So, in other words, Donald Trump has a better relationship with Putin because Donald Trump is more willing to let Putin do something that is bad for the safety of the globe.
Well, I think it all kind of cancels out. This might be bad, but so Iran and Russia obviously have a relationship together.
Iran?
But USA is stopping Iran, so it all works in a big circle.
Okay, those were words, but I don't think they were an argument. Especially not against what I just said.
Okay.
Do you want to try again?
What way?
To respond to what I said, you told me that Donald Trump's better relationship with Putin is a good thing. Then I gave you a description of why that's a bad thing.
Well, if Kamala was in president, it would be bad for us.
Okay, so why would it be bad to have a president that's putting more international pressure on Putin and Russia to end the war?
Well, it would more likely lead to a global mainstream war.
Okay, what's your argument for that? What's your argument that applying more international pressure to Putin to stop their ethnic cleansing of Ukraine would increase global tensions?
Well, let's think of it like this. So, back in the 2016 election where Trump rigged it, Russia helped rig it.
Yes.
With all of Putin's bears and such.
I want to say rig, just try to influence, yeah?
Yeah, well, they definitely tried to influence it because they had a relationship with, if the Hillary or whatever.
Do you know what you're supposed to be given an argument for right now? You're supposed to be given an argument that if Kamala Harris was elected and put more global pressure on Russia to stop ethnically cleansing another country, that this would result in more global tension, right? More global conflict, more global wars. So I'm asking you to give an argument for that.
Can we focus on the big picture?
No, I want you to give an argument for your claim. That you made that claim, now give an argument for that. What is your argument that if Kamala Harris was elected and put more global pressure on Russia to stop their invasion of Ukraine, that this would lead to more global wars? What is your argument for that?
You want my source?
Source, what do you mean a source? An argument would suffice.
Just use Google.
So you're asking me now to Google your argument?
Or ChatGPT works too.
You're telling me to go to ChatGPT to get an argument for your point?
Well, I'm telling you to do some research.
Well, do some. Wait. I don't know what to research because you haven't given an argument.
A pipe down pipsqueak.
How many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
Africa, North America, South America, Asia, Europe, Antarctica, Australia.
Okay, you know the 7 continents. So you should know if you make a claim, you have to be able to give an argument for it.
Well, what about Kamala?
Saying Kamala Harris's name is not an argument that if Kamala Harris was elected, there would be more global tension.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you one last chance here, my friend.
All right, let's focus on something else.
Okay, good try, Pipsqueak. Have a good rest of your day. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We have yet to find like one Trump supporter that can give any type of cogent defense whatsoever. Oh my God, guys. Today is rough. Go to put a Maga with your age down below in that chat. We'll get you loaded up in here, guys. We're just simply looking for one Trump supporter to come up here and give us a position. I'm going to go and reach out to Parker. Wanna co-host for a little... All right, we're going to get that next guest up here. I did just invite Parker to come in here and co-host for a little. Hopefully he joins up because I do have to use the restroom. But let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded in, guys. Make sure if you are in that queue that you are a MAGA American adult that wants to come up here and debate me insofar as why you support Trump. Please make sure that you are following those rules. Make sure that you are here and ready to have good, constructive dialogue. Okay. Moving on to the next guest. Woo, I'm getting a little bit tired. What's up? Do you support Trump? Okay, doesn't look like they're here. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Quite frankly, we're gonna go to get Evil Parker up here. We're gonna get Evil Parker up here, chat. What's up, Evil Parker? Are you MAGA?
Hi.
Hi, are you MAGA?
No.
Okay, goodbye. Make sure if you're in that queue that you're an American adult that supports Trump. Follow the rules, please. Let's go to get JMC17 loaded up in here. Keep in mind, guys, if you want to support me, you could find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Well, I support Trump because are we going to keep? How long are you going to keep bashing him for the next 3 years? You're just going to keep doing this?
Yeah, I'm going to keep telling you and everybody else on the internet why he's such a shit, terrible stain on this country in the office of the presidency.
That's fine.
Likely until he dies.
But the thing is, you still got 3 years. So, you want him out of office before 3 years? Is that your point?
Well,
what's your end game?
Yeah, my end game here is to ensure that every single American is able to very well articulate with common sense reasons why our president is so terribly sour, poor, bad for this country, and bad for the world.
All right, so you basically want him out immediately. You want him out.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'll be able to, idealistically, sure. If I was dictator of the world, if I was literally God, my goal would be to get him out of office. But my more realistic goal is just to, increase social support and awareness.
And you do that.
You
do that. You do that. Don't get me wrong. You do. You're not stupid. You know what you're doing. But he's the president of the United States, rather, right? Don't you think we should support him as the president, or you're just totally against that?
No, I think that it's okay to support the office of the presidency. But supporting the office of the presidency doesn't mean that you have to support who's in the office of the presidency. In fact,
I understand.
Like blindly supporting the office of the presidency actually just gives us more reason to not support Trump, since he's putting such a stain on it by doing such evil things with it. Now, I'm going to do Biden next. Did you support Biden?
Did I?
Yeah.
I didn't think Biden was terrible. No, I don't. I didn't think he was terrible.
Wait, what about Bush? What about Obama?
I liked Obama. I didn't really care for Bush.
Oh, but you got to support the president.
Well, why not? Like you said, the office at the very least, correct?
There you go. So yeah, no, it's not a good argument to say that we should support Trump because Trump is president.
It's
in
not
fact,
an
we
argument.
should be even more critical of him. And the reason we should be more critical of him is because with power comes great responsibility, and respect is not basically given, but rather earned by those with great responsibility and power.
So you don't think he earned any respect at all?
No, because I don't think that he's been doing many good things with the presidency. Tell me how he has earned your respect by detailing to me why he's doing a good job as a president.
Well, really what he did when he ran and what he's doing now, he kind of, I'm not going to say he didn't lie. I mean, he did.
Bunch of lies. That's so true. So true.
And he did. But what am I supposed to do now?
Stop supporting him.
Okay, and then what?
And then advocate for those around you to also stop supporting him.
And where's that going to get us, though?
Hopefully to a point where there's a bunch of social pressure on him, so he'll
Are you
stop doing the
hoping
bad things he is.
Are you hoping other
Or
Republicans?
like that'll get us to the midterms.
Okay, so you're hoping other Republicans say, "Look, this guy is not what we thought," and turn against him also?
Yeah, the most realistic goal is that the Dems just dominate in the midterms.
Okay, but you need some Republicans to go against them also, no?
Right, which is why I talk to people like you all day.
Well, not like me. I'm not totally against you. I'm
Right.
just trying to have a conversation.
Oh,
like-
that wasn't supposed to be vindictive. I'm just saying, like, talk to
No,
people
I
like you, like
understand. I'm just saying,
Republicans.
where do we go from here? Like, this is a conversation. Where do we go from here? What do you see happening? I don't think, realistically, do you think we're going to get him out before his term is up? Realistically? Really?
Well, I think that the time I'd like to offer on the sidebar is up. The purpose of this live is to talk to people that support Trump and ask why. Do you feel like telling us why you think that Trump is a good president?
I mean, I think he's doing the best he could do, or what he thinks he's. I mean, he's not doing everything he said he was going to do.
But then he's not doing the best he could do.
And I don't disagree with you, but what do we do, and where do we go from here?
You told me 30 seconds ago that he's doing the best he could do. Did you not mean to say that?
No, well, so if we got screwed and he told us a bunch of lies and people voted for him, where do you want to go from here?
You are not
You wanna
engaging in the
advocate,
argument. I'm going to move on to the next guest. You have a good rest of your day. Let's go and get that next guest connected right now, folks. Everyone, just give us a minute. We got that next guest connecting right now. I recognize this person's profile picture. I feel like I've talked to them before. I guess we'll see. Let's go and get that next guest connected right now. If you're over on TikTok, make sure that we're double tapping. What's up, Anonymous? Are you MAGA?
I just want to see, right? Yeah, we could talk about that.
You are a very small child. I got to kick you. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Kyla Throne loading up in. Parker's busy. I'm going to go and shoot a message to Santana. Thanks, man. What's up? How do you? Okay, Kyla's not here. Moving on to the next guest, Tyler. We got Tyler R connecting, guys. Make sure we're in that queue that we're American adults and support Trump. Would you mind covering me quickly while I use the restroom if you're free? Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you.
Band, moving on to the next guest. Let's go ahead and get that next guest connected. We got Julie connected into the stream. Also, if you're ever on YouTube, make sure to like that live, guys. Make sure to like that live. What's up? Are you MAGA?
No.
Band, moving on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Dixon loading up. Let's see here. Yo, Echo, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. That's very kind of you, Echo. What's up?
Hello?
Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you, Dixon?
31.
You know, Dixon, I think I've seen you in my queue for the last couple days. The reason why I've never let you up is because your account is ridiculously absurd. I thought you were a troll. You have an AI picture of Trump riding an eagle. Your name is Dixon, and you have 0 followers. I thought you were going to come up here and be like some 13-year-old that wanted to just scream in my ear as a troll. You're telling me you're a real 31-year-old Trump supporter?
Yeah. I just like to keep my identity anonymous on the internet.
Interesting, Dixon. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I think that with your vote, you got to be, just because there's so much at stake with policy and stuff like that, you got to be a little bit selfish. So I think that he aligns with my views and aligns with, although we don't agree with everything, I do think that he is best for my people.
So did you know that selfish voting inside of a democracy is just the actualization of the one glaring issue with democracy, which is a tyranny of the majority? And this means that we actually shouldn't vote selfishly, but rather in the interests of society as a whole. And when you say your people, what do you mean?
Just to be honest, I don't know if I could say it, whitey people?
Bro. Is your argument that you voted for Trump because he's better for white people?
Obviously, he's not the best, but I mean, out of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, I mean, clearly he has people like Stephen Miller and
What am I
Pete
hearing?
Hegseth in his cabinet.
Wait, 1 second. Why do you put white in front of it? Like what is like
What do you mean?
what drives you? And I mean this genuinely. I mean this so genuinely. Instead of saying that you support Trump because he's better for people, why do you specifically want to support him because he's apparently better for white people?
Well, I mean, I just said that at the beginning. It's I'm a selfish voter for my own interest.
Wait, no. You're not voting in your interests. You're voting in the
Yeah, I'm a white
interests,
person.
apparently, of all white people. I'm a white person. My interests are not yours. And I'm also not your
Well, you're-
people.
I guess you're more altruistic than me, but no, I see it tribalistically, and I
So you
believe- I
think
see-
you think that races should be tribalistic?
Yeah.
I heard a white supremacist tell me that at CMU 3 months ago. Why do you
Wait, what?
think
I'm sorry.
why do you think that races should be tribalistic?
I mean, I don't know. That's just how I vote.
Oh,
That's
so
just
you
how
don't
I-
know, you just feel that way?
Yeah,
You just feel that way with no explanation.
I love my culture and I love my people.
Okay, so now you're saying that you think that races should be tribalistic and white people should look out for white people because you love white people.
Yes.
Do you love black people? Do you love Hispanic people? Even though that's an ethnicity, not a race, my bad. Do you love Asian people? Do you love all people or only white people?
Only white people.
So why? Okay, all right. Well, yeah. Are you a racist? Do you admit to that? Do you just say, "Hey, I'm a racist"?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Have a good day. We're gonna get you the fuck out of here and move on. Okay. All right. We got JV loading up in. What a disgusting human being. What a fucking disgusting human being. What a just disgusting human being. Dude. Oh my God. Moving on. By the way, I apologize. I let him stay up for too long. I'm sorry guys. I let him stay up for too long. God, I was like hoping that like he misspoke or something. I was hoping that like, no, he's just a bold-faced racist. I have too much hope in humanity. I have way too much hope in humanity. Like, dude, sometimes being like an optimist and thinking that like humans don't have to like inherently suck is like, what's up, Jen? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Jen, do you mind turning off that TV in the background?
Oh, sure. I apologize.
No worries, Jen. No worries. So why do you support Trump?
Because he's a disruptor.
He's a disruptor. What is he disrupting? The libs?
The entire country.
Oh, so why do you think your country should be disrupted?
I feel like we've fallen so far off the beaten path of what this country is intended for that I believe we need a revolution.
Okay, so what is this country intended for? How have we fallen off of that path? And what type of revolution is required? 3 questions. What are your 3 responses?
I believe, so what type of revolution? I would say a complete reset. And that's part of what I love about Trump is he's firing everybody.
Okay, so our country needs a complete, yes, the great reset, Bro, the U.S. isn't a fucking Xbox, my friend. You can't just like reset it. But, okay, what is the intended path of our country and how are we falling off of it?
Well, let's discuss what brought our country to be our country. Taxation without representation.
Okay, so we're taxing people.
Right, that's what started it all. Right, that's what started it all. We
Yeah.
broke from England because we were not being represented.
Okay.
I feel like the people, the middle class, I should say, not all people, but the middle class, are not being represented anymore.
Okay, who represents the middle class more? Kamala Harris, who wanted to give 100 million of them tax cuts? Or Donald Trump, who's now reduced the purchasing power of the average everyday American and has ushered in levels of income inequity equivalent to that of France before the revolution?
Well, are you seriously considering Kamala Harris as a viable candidate, as a good president for this country?
Well, she's definitely more in alignment with your goals. Definitely, 110%. You're telling us that you care about the middle class. So did she.
Yeah, but she, in my opinion, that woman is a complete clown.
Oh, so she's a clown even though she stands 10 toes behind a group of people that you think are being so mistreated a revolution is required. She's on your side, apparently. She's apparently on your side. Think about it. You're telling me that we literally are going to have a reset through a revolution. We're going to pick sides between who stands for the working class, who stands for the middle income, for the average American, and who doesn't. Okay? Which side would Kamala Harris be on? Based upon the policy she ran on in the presidential election, she'd be on your side. So why are you calling her a clown if she's on your side?
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Her history shows that she sides with whatever side she's told.
And who's so why are you calling her a clown if she's on your side?
Can I answer?
Yeah.
Her history shows that she sides with whatever side she's